Alright, there we go. What's up, everyone? How are we doing today? Make sure this thing stays plugged in. I really gotta get a new cord. It's too short. What up, Bolt? What up, 8? How you guys doing? There is a fight over Azrael happening right now. Very important boss. He drops the Azrael something or other. Actually, I think he's got the Templar cloak, right? That's still worth some money. We're going to be making some changes to the spear build today. I've been playing kind of a scuffed, half-complete spear builds. There we go. I got my contribution on the boss. We're going to be going over some things on Questlog and then putting some builds together. Probably going to be spinning some Lucent today. I've been postponing it, but we're probably going to be... Oh my goodness, that hurt. Probably going to be spinning some Lucent today. What even just... I was invisible! Bro, when are they going to remove Flash Wave? Maybe you're just too tall? That is also a problem. Yeah, I've had that problem my whole life of just being too tall for things. So... yeah. What can you do, you know? What can you do? Can't get shorter. Can't get shorter. Maybe in the future, when medical technology progresses. Oh, hey, it's Stalker. Bro, I know these guys from eons ago. It's all the same people playing these MMOs. 8 years later, it's all the same people. Every single person has melee evasion. That's another reason why I've been playing around with the build creator. Probably going to be making some anti-evasion. Changes to Unyielding Sentinel kind of lit. It's really good. Yeah, it's really good. I am running the hit version now. I have even less mana than before, which is an issue, but we'll probably solve that once my gear is fixed. Not a lot of green of them. Okay, here we go, We're all concentrated though, I'm gonna get AoE'd. This fight doesn't really have a lot of, like, sides to play off of. Okay. Oh, and we're pushed. Yep. Turned my camera too late. Thought we had that space. What up, Shiny? Yeah, I don't know if there's a way on Questlog to link to multiple different builds, like, or multiple different characters, you know, kind of how it's laid out. Like the Greatsword Daggers in one place, Greatsword Spears in another place. I don't know if there's a way to link to, like, the page where it shows all the different sections. So, it just links to Greatsword Dagger right now, but if there's a way to link, like, one page back, that would be cool. I don't know if there's a way to do it, though. Couldn't find a share function. This guy's dead. That guy just... can't believe he got away with that. So, I have a Greatsword Spear build that I think will work range melee evasion. Very similar to what I've been playing Greatsword Dagger. So not going to be a great build for, like, really large scale fights, but for settings like this, or especially for Riftstones, Moonstones, I think it could actually end up being pretty good. We can get about 1900 melee and range evasion with the new passive. That guy wasn't even in the fight and I still died to him. I hate this safe zone right here, dude. Azrael. I wish that they would just take all the safe zones at conflict bosses and move them 500 feet back. Pretty good, can go SNS Spear too. Yeah, SNS Spear. worried that SNS Spear wouldn't do much. I've been tempted to go SNS Spear and just, you know, be obnoxious. I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's probably better than SNS Greatsword. Because, you know, SNS Greatsword, the Greatsword can really only mess with one person at a time. The Spear can mess with many people at a time. But I don't know if throwing out a bunch of, like, 1k damage spears really matters that much. Miss finding you on island on Cherno? I know. Cherno island fights were good. Had to get my extra chests. People never did the inside. They always fought over the outside. They never went in. So much free money. It's just flash wave over and over again, bro. I feel like I never dodge it. I'm sure there's lots of flash waves that I am evading and I just don't notice, but... Bro. 1800 range evasion is not what it used to be. It should be even more now. That's what's crazy. Like, with nimble steps on... By dodge... We've got only 1700. Okay, well that didn't work. It's too short. That's the problem. That's a problem. We need more buff duration. I don't know if I can get more buff duration. 2100. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Shadow Walker duration is fine, but I don't know if there's going to be a way to get more buff duration on this particular builds. Okay, so yeah, this hodgepodge needs to go. I'll show you guys what I've been cooking up. And greatsword, spear. Okay. Think it's worth getting the extra hit on Sentinel for SNS Spear? I think it depends on how much hit you already have. I haven't played enough SNS Spear to really know how the damage feels. I mean, it kind of depends on your server too. Like, I'm hearing a lot of people say like, oh, no one builds melee evasion in large scale. Bro, that's not true at all on Zeroth. There's melee evasion everywhere on Zeroth. But if you're on a server where that's not the case, then it's kind of a different value. Melee magic evasion builds are hard to make. Yeah, it's like impossible. I've tried to do it and it's just impossible. You give up way too many stats. What do you think of the alliance changes on Zeroth? I can't even keep up with what's happening. I need a flowchart to figure out what's happening with all these alliances in Zeroth. Does anyone know what's happening? I know that our alliance dropped Fury and Corrupt, which, I don't know, kind of sucks because I know a lot of those guys from the BDO days, but at the same time, the Tevent that we did with them was really frustrating. And I think the allies that we got, at least Nisa, has like a lot of really heavy hitters, a lot of really active guys. I don't really know about Yeehawing. I think they're still kind of like, I don't know how solidified they are as a guild, because I know they just like did a bunch of mergers with FTP and stuff. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. But dumb question: do you still play Black Desert Online? No, I don't. As a staff bow user, should I continue to pump for range and magic endurance, or should I swap over to melee? And end spears be... Should I swap over to melee and cause spears be nuking me? I couldn't tell you. I mean, if you believe that you're dying more to spears than to other weapons, then yeah, you could swap. I mean, I don't know. It depends on the content you're doing. I don't think that in like a siege or an arc boss, you're dying to spears more often than you're dying to magic. But if you're doing like a Riftstone, the spear could definitely be a bigger problem. Do you have to go through the same trait opening process with new gear / weapons? Same trait opening process. Yeah. It's just like going from blue to purple. You're going to be going from purple to extra purple. You're going to have to do it all over again. Use blessing and unlock traits and upgrade the traits, and it's going to be much harder. Much more expensive. Someone wants to be number 1 and is being ruthless. Who their allies are? Who are they even allied with now? I don't even know what's going on. I don't know why Fury left the Brick Tier 3 Alliance where there was some drama. I think that we were just trying... So, the story I got is that we were trying to tell them to show up to more primetime events, and they didn't want to enforce that kind of attendance, so kind of went our separate ways. I don't know if there was that much drama behind it. I think they're just not really aligned. Oh, Supple took on Fury and Corrupt? Okay. No, actually, I did know that. I did know that. We were talking about that. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get along, but we'll see. We'll see. It'd be good to have multiple intact alliances. Everyone's playing musical chairs right now. Do you think next week's update will release T2 armors? No. No, they would have announced it. I mean, it's possible. We don't really know for sure, but I think it would be very strange for them to just suddenly drop T2 with like 1 day's heads up. I'm pretty sure that's the kind of thing that they're gonna tell us about fairly long in advance, kind of like they did with 2-star dungeons and runes and everything else. Like, I don't know, we got some heads up, and this T2 is going to be a substantial update, so I think we'll get some heads up. Don't think Brandonger likes Krelix. I don't think Brandonger likes anyone. What up, Florin? Okay, so we've got the Greatsword Spear endurance builds. There's a few different versions of this. There's kind of the tankiest version, the Live Lord, which actually could probably be a little bit tankier, but there's some collision resistance in here too, so there's a little bit of trade-offs, but pretty good overall. And then there's the budget version, which is actually not bad, but this doesn't have like boss weapon, boss cape, boss ring, boss belt. All that stuff is taken out, so this is a super cheap version. And then there's the hit version, which this is like surprisingly good. You can get 1300 hit for very little trade-off here. So this is an interesting build. Shaiko plus a Dentist. You still have the 70 strength, you still have 44, so you're still really tanky. You've got 30 dex for the Gilded Raven bonus. You've got 30 perception, because obviously it's a hit build, so you need some of that. So this was really, really good and really cheap. I was looking at this. I've got the Bracers of Unrelenting. The only thing I would have to trade out is the Icy necklace. This would be a bit of a spend here, but there's other necklaces that we could use too. We could actually just straight trade this out for a Thunderstorm necklace, and then we just have to move 4 points of strength into perception, and then maybe 1 point of dex over. Would that work? It might be 1 point short, I don't know, but there's a way we could do it. And then there's kind of the budget version of that, although it still uses Icy necklace, so I don't know how budget that is. But yeah, all really good builds. What I'm looking at doing though, this is new, with the Nimble Steps change. Before, the Greatsword Spear builds that I was playing around with, like in Arena, was melee evasion plus range and magic endurance, and it was kind of hard to get a good amount of range magic endurance if you're going to play melee evasion. So it was pretty clunky. You could go like melee evasion and then really high range endurance, then just be wide open to magic, which is kind of what this build does, but the difference is that instead of running the range endurance, now we can run range evasion. So that means that a lot of the problems that we have, like bow roots and things like that make it hard to play Greatsword Spear, those can be outright avoided instead of just mitigated. Because when I did play Greatsword Spear in Arena, it was a lot of like, a bow would root me and I would stand there, and I didn't have my stealth, and there's just nothing I could do. Like, I would just die. Or if not die, I would at least like get wailed on for a while, you know, sitting there like trying to block like an idiot. Um, and so having a way to build this actually with range evasion will cut down that a lot. So this looks very similar to what I have working for Greatsword Dagger. In fact, the only real change here is the Saradoma Bracer and the spear itself instead of the dagger. So the Saradoma Bracer, I think this is going to be mandatory in order to actually get enough evasion, because Nimble Steps only gives us 400 evasion, whereas the dagger passive was 700 evasion. So this gets my range evasion into the neighborhood where it can be buffed up to something respectable. So now we're at 1450 base. We have Nimble Steps that puts us up to 1850. The melee evasion is also kind of in that neighborhood, just shy of 1900. So both of those are pretty solid. I mean, nowadays people do have more hits, so 1900 range evasion, not as crazy as it used to be. I would like that to get over 2000, but realistically with this build without any dagger in the mix, I don't think that's going to be possible. But we are using the blue leggings here, which a lot of people forget about these, and I think this really enables the build to come together. Plus I already have all of this pretty much built out, so I need to finish trading a Shackles and probably get some runes for it. I don't think I've been updating the runes, but overall this is a pretty solid build. So we've got 900 crit, which for a greatsword spear build is solid. You know, it's not like if we're playing dagger spear, this would be like 1300, so it's not in that range, but it's not a dagger. So what we do have a lot more of compared to the dagger is hit chance. Without even really trying to get a lot, we're at 1200 hits, and that's just with Shackles and the greatsword passive. There's really no hit on this gear, so that's a really solid baseline there. And then we've all got almost 20k health. With a dentist, we really want to be over 20k, but you know, can't have everything. It was really important that all the defense runes go towards range evasion to get that to a value that's going to be respectable. So we're a little low on health, we're a little low on crit, but nothing is like outside the range of viable. So I'm really happy with this. And then there's a budget version where you sacrifice some. You sacrifice a 60 strength. The crit goes down on this, but the hit and the health and everything, the stats aren't too much lower. But that would be like a really cheap version of this to put together with Fury Warblades. And then this is the one I'm not sure about. I've been playing around with the 70 dex version, so the advantage here is that, you know, we get the extra 120 evasion for both melee and range here. The magic is obviously going to be too low to do anything. But the crit on this one is almost 1000. We do trade off quite a bit of hit to get to that point. The other thing is that the top end damage, which this is a really underrated metric right here. A lot of people don't pay attention to their top end. They're paying attention to their crit and their hit and things like that, but they're not paying attention to this number. And this number is actually probably the most important number in your whole build. And so if we compare some of these, like, you know, 435, 438 to 460, that means not only am I having high crit chance, but when I do crit, those crits are like 5% stronger. So, not insignificant. And it is tempting me a little bit to potentially put this together. Health is a little bit low, but we don't run a dentist on this build, so that's fine. The evasion comes out to be similar. It's almost like a straight trade-off of, you know, minus 250 hit, but plus a bunch of crit and a bunch of, you know, like just 5% more damage overall. So it's tempting. I'm torn on which direction I want to go. I don't have a Fury Warblade built out, so I think we start with the first builds and make this work first, because all I need to do here is probably the belt. I have this belt, but I haven't traded it yet. The rest of this is pretty much good to go. So I'm going to start with this one and then see how it feels. And then if I feel like I need a little bit more firepower, we might swap over to the 70 dex version. But it's going to be interesting to see how many many hits we're missing with this, because we've got 1200 melee and we've got the new buff. We've got like another 400 hit from the new Sentinel changes. So just walking around with 1600 hit in these fights, I think it's going to feel pretty nice. I don't know if I'm going to want to give that up. This might be the builds. Questlog link, you just have to type @MorlandTV in the search bar. There's not really a good way to link multiple builds as far as I know. Wonder what makes WoW so popular. Darn has better graphics. I think graphics are a part of the equation for some people, but maybe not the biggest part of the equation. Is it worth going for Fortitude as a tank? Usually it's worth getting at least some Fortitude. Yeah, at least 30. But it just depends. Depends on which tank build you're playing. If you're a spear tank, you definitely get some Fortitude. If you're Esnus Greatsword, maybe you do, maybe you don't. Yeehawing and Filtered are out. We'll just rat in Filtered and play the long game. Which guild are you with, Adam? New spear builds. Like the new spear builds, what would you suggest for Bellendir spear with the Dentist? Currently running Shock Field, but ideally want to move to Gilded for magic endurance. Yeah, you have to. I would say it's mandatory to run Gilded with Bellendir. There's no other way to get Bellendir to work. You've got to run it with high endurance, because you know Bellendir has there's two things that make it good, right? There's the number of main stats that it has, a lot of that which is Fortitude. So that right there, it's like if you're not building Fortitude, you're not getting the value of that. And then the other thing that makes it good is the passive. Death makes your death from above slurp everybody in. If you're gonna do that, that means you have to be able to jump in and not instantly die. So you could potentially do that on an evasion build if you're running dagger, but if you're running Bellendir with great swords, I don't think you can really pull any evasion off there. I think you've got to get endurance, and I don't think you can get enough endurance without running Fortitude. So, yeah, Shock Commander is not it. If you were doing S&S Spear, I think you can make Shock Commander work. But as a Greatsword Spear, I don't think you run Shock Commander. I think it's got to be the Raven set. Unless you try to run something similar to this. So we could do, let's see, let me clone this real fast. If we threw Bellendir in here, Spear. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you're throwing that 8 Fortitude in the garbage, basically, if you're not, like, putting it towards something, you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It'd be really, can you hit 30? You could probably tweak this. You could probably tweak this to make it a little bit, I mean, we could even give up the 40 dex there, but there's probably a way you could tweak this to make the stats look a little prettier here. But I mean, does this really work? You've got 18k max health. You're not getting a lot of benefit. I mean, 18k is it's all right for a Dentist. It's not the end of the world. You know, it's not like you're at 13k, but you'll never fully benefit from your Dentist with 18k health. As far as melee range evasion, I mean, this still works with Bellendir. You still have, with Nimble Steps, you're still at above 1800 on both of these. And then you've got a little bit of endurance now across the board from this Fortitudes. Yeah, I mean, you could do it. You could do it. Trading off a little bit of max health for Fortitude. Like, in terms of survivability, these are similar. Your Dentist is just never going to hit as hard. And also, there's like a psychological effect to having a lot of health. People just don't want to hit you, right? Like, the psychological difference between someone seeing a 17 versus someone seeing like a 20 or a 21, I feel like they're just less likely to go after you, because these decisions are happening really fast and large scale. So, I don't know. Having more health, I just think, has a lot of like secondary benefits. But in terms of like, if you were to calculate your effective health off of this, it'd probably be pretty similar to the Shackle version. You would just, you know, this one would have a lot less hit. But yeah, you could probably run this or something pretty close to this. I'm trying to think of what you could swap out to make the stats prettier. I don't know. I don't know if you can though. I don't really know if you can. These pieces are all mandatory. The only thing you could do to make the stats prettier would be to swap the alabaster band for like a dimensional ring. But then you would lose 5% attack speed. Might not be the end of the worlds. I don't think the bonus damage is that important for Greatsword Spear. You'd probably just leave it. You'd probably just leave your dex at 39. Bonus damage is a lot more important for the dagger version because it's affecting things like your Umbral Spirit, which has like a bunch of little hits that's being added on. Bonus damage is really valuable there. For Greatsword Spear, you're not running Umbral Spirit, you're not running Poison, like you're not running a lot of these little small hits. The Javelin does hit and bounce, but they're still pretty large hits. They're not going to benefit that much from 15 bonus damage. So yeah, you could probably just run this. Is it stupid to use an endurance set like Gilded for Dagger Spear? Do you need an evasion set? Yeah, I think it's a waste. I think it's a waste. Between the Spear passive and the Dagger passive, evasion is just going to be a lot easier to get value out of. You'll also hit way harder. You'll hit way harder with the evasion build. If you run Gilded Raven, you give up a lot of damage. If you are running evasion, you can do that with either the Field General set if you go melee range, or you can do it with Shadow Harvester if you go magic range. Both of those sets are going to make you hit a lot harder. And so, yeah, I would never run Spear Dagger as endurance. I don't think there's any purpose to it. It's pretty much all negatives. Is that what you have built? Did you already build the Gilded Raven set? Looking at new build with Gilded. Won't hit 70 strength with Bell and a Dentist. Oh, you're looking at the endurance version? No, you're not. Without a spear that gives you strength, you're not hitting 70 strength. I mean, 70's obviously a lot, right? So, although, hold on, let me cook something real quick. So you're trying to do the endurance version, and yeah, the problem here is we're not getting any value off the perception. So even though 8 fortitude seems good, we're actually getting less stats here than we would even from running shackles, and a lot less compared to skull severing. So what if we do the hit version? Kind of wonky to do this without shackles since that's the core hit piece, but yeah, if you wanted to run this like 70 strength, 40 fortitude, I think you could. We would need to find some more strength. Oh, actually that might be tough. That might be tough. I'm looking at the accessories. We've already got pretty much all the strength we can get. Yeah, without getting strength on the weapon, it's going to be really hard. This would no longer be a hit build if we change the tunic out, but if we find... I'm trying to think. Are there any leather pieces with... Yeah, this gives us magic evasion, which is not really... I mean, the strength is nice, but... Could throw a shot commander in there. Ideally, we would want a leather piece, because we want range magic endurance for this build. I don't think there's any leather pieces that are really going to fit the bill. Yeah, I think with Bellandir, 70 strength is probably off the table. could do like a somewhat inefficient. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. Code of the Executioner also has a max health trait, so you know that's always nice. Probably put the rest into Dex. I mean, bro, that's not bad. That is not bad. 900 crit, 467 top ends. The top end on Bellandir is really, really good. 20k health. You could give this a try. You could give this a try. You still have 750 collision resist. We don't really have to give any of that up. This is not bad. I don't like going above 20 most of the time, because we're basically deleting 4 stats here, going from 20 to 24. You know, I don't like going into the orange, but I think it's okay. I think we could delete 4 stats in order to make use of this build as a whole. You're going to be super tanky against ranged, even without 60 fort. You're going to be really tanky against range with the extra defense at 70. Melee, like 1300 magic endurance is okay. Would you be able to dive in? Would you really be able to dive in with this build and live? Between these stats and the collision resist, maybe? I don't know. It's really hard to know without testing. But this is probably the best I could come up with if you're trying to do Belladentist with Gilded Raven. I feel like getting over 2k evasion in T1 is kind of an int, since you have to sacrifice more stats. It depends. It depends what type of evasion it is. With runes, it can be pretty easy to get above 2k evasion with certain builds now, especially when you throw in buffs. Like getting 2k range evasion on Spear Dagger, no problem at all. You get 1100 just from passives. So no problem at all to get 2k range evasion on that build. If you hit 19k, the game rounds your HP up to 20. No, but you can get like buffs and stuff. I mean, it depends. Food. There's ways to get it above 20, but no, it doesn't round. I don't think it rounds up. Where's the link? You just go on Questlog and type my name in. Or you can type exclamation builds on Twitch. For Spear Dagger, with a focus on large-scale bombing, would you go Shadow Phantom or Shadow General? I have both of those built out. It really depends on your server. I think that the Phantom version of that is going to be like, you know, what, 10% tankier or something? The general version is going to hit like 10% harder. So I think they can both work. I don't know if there's really a clear answer. I think both builds are really, really good though. So if we go back, yeah, like I don't know if I can get you guys to this page. I would like to have a link to this because then you guys could see all 3 of them. But I think the easiest way to do this is just to go to the character builder and type my name in. But yeah, for Spear Dagger, so there's the Phantom set. Here is Giga Evasion, and then the Field General set is Giga Damage. This one, I initially came across this because I made the Phantom builds, and then I asked Revik, like, hey, what do you think of this? And he was like, well, I'm running Field General. And so it ended up being really similar. And so I've got him noted here. And I know it's behind my camera, but this both of these builds are insanely strong. So the Field General has not the Tevin version. Field General has 499 top end, which is bonkers. It has 1350 crit. I mean, like all the offensive stats except for the hit. You're totally tanking your hit, but That's fine. That's to be expected with a build like this. Your health isn't amazing either, but yeah, this is a crazy strong build in terms of offense. Personally, with how chaotic things are on my server, I'm probably leaning more towards the Phantom sets, because the top end is not that big of a difference. 9 points of damage on 500. That's pretty low. We lose 100 crit, which kind of hurts, but we gain so much evasion. 1700 unbuffed evasion is insane, and actually now with the new passive, we could probably shift that around even more. I don't know if we can. I think it might already be magic. Nope, it's not. Okay, so we could actually. Oh, dude. So I haven't even done this yet, but we could move some of these range evasion runes over to magic evasion. And the reason we can do that is because of the nimble steps passive. It's not going to have the same amount of uptime as Shadow Walker, so probably don't want to get too crazy with this, but we could do something like this, where now we're at 1600 range, 1900 magic, and then with buffs up, 2.6k magic evasion and like 2.7k range evasion. Pretty good. Pretty good. And still really solid damage, really solid crit. Only thing it lacks is hit chance. Yeah, I think both builds are insane. You think an SNS Spear, 1.3k melee, 1.2k range, 700 magic endurance, 670 hit, 20k HP, 429 damage sounds good. Yeah, 429 is a little low, but you're an SNS, so you're not going to be expecting to hit as hard as the other builds. 700 magic endurance, I think, with no fortitudes, probably doesn't feel great. How much fortitude are you running? With that much, I feel like with that much endurance across the board, you've got some fortitude, right? The fortitude will help with magic defense. So if you have a lot of fortitude, you can get away with your magic endurance being a little bit lower. But I think you're still gonna die to staffs a lot with those stats. 700 magic endurance ain't what it used to be. I'd recommend sliding into a different game for content. I'm on my 3rd server. Every day people are quitting. We will take your recommendation into account. I don't care at all if somebody quits this game. I'm gonna quit when I stop having fun with it. This server sure ain't dead. Got the issue again, this time not 450, but 616 unlock stones. You got 600 unlock stones in the mail again after getting 500? Bro, do you have a video? That's kind of insane. Do you think the heavy attack is more damage than the bonus damage? Oh yeah, it's not even close. Bonus damage does nothing. The heavy attack is way, way more valuable. It's like 100 times more valuable. Bonus damage is really good for crossbow dagger, and that's about it. I would say it has a moderate value for spear dagger because of things like umbral spirit, but it's not anything compared to heavy attack. Heavy attack is way more important. Why not replace attack runes on rings for evasion? They're lackluster now. Chaos runes. If I had chaos runes, yeah, I don't necessarily think that building around chaos runes is worthwhile. Like once you get the chaos rune, then you build around it. I don't think you expect to get the chaos rune that you want. That to me is too optimistic. And unless you're grinding tier 5 trials for 12 hours a day, you're probably not going to get those anytime soon. I mean, I haven't been hardcore with runes, but I'm definitely ahead of the curve, and I don't have a single chaos rune that would fit my build. I have one that's like okay, but yeah, you're talking about like months in the future. We're gonna be in tier 2 by the time we get chaos runes that would have any real effect. I'll show you some fortitude. How dare you speak to me this way? What an issue. Yeah, I want to get mailed 1,100 traits. Trait unlock stones. I'll take 900. I won't be greedy. How long do you think the second set of items will release after the first T2 patch? Oh, T2 is pure speculation at this point. We don't know if we're going to get weapons and armor level 9 tier 2. We don't know if we're going to get full-blown level 55 Talandra expansion with, you know, phase 1 and phase 2 and accessories and everything all mixed in. We have no idea. Maybe Grenton knows. Grenton, you got any inside scoops from AGS? Is that the strength dagger? It is. Yeah, for the evasion build, you kind of need it. The health is really low, and it just makes the stats work more nicely. You don't really. I don't know. I would, as much as I would like to have Wicked Thorns here, if you want to focus more on damage, like you just go down to the damage build, right? And this one runs Wicked Thorns, it runs the Field General. You're still tanky enough. Probably. Still probably tanky enough. I mean, look at it's still got 1,400 range, 1,500 magic evasion. That's really solid, especially with the new range passive. That's still really solid. So if you want to focus more on damage, you just run this. Or if you want to make Wicked Thorns work, then this is how you do it. But yeah, if you're running Phantom, I don't know about the Phantom plus Wicked Thorns combo. I played around with that, and I think the stats are just wonky. You either have to give up 40 perception or you have to give up 50 strength. You can't make it this clean. Buff duration is really strong on spirits, really important. So if I had to give up one of these, I'd give up the 40 perception before I give up 50 strength, but ideally I would like to keep both. Cannot confirm or deny the allegations? Wait, which allegations? Be more specific. Which ones? Which exact allegation can you not confirm or deny? Can you not confirm or deny that we're getting level 55 with tier 2? Or can you not confirm or deny that we are just getting, like, the entry-level tier 2 stuff? Which of those can you not confirm or deny? Okay, where were we? Putting this guy together. Not with Bellinger. I need to refresh before all this gets saved. None of it auto-saved, right? Okay. I have a bunch of weird experimental stuff on here. Okay, yeah. I think this is the one. Got a couple wasted stats, but I think this is... Oh wait, no, this is different. I think this is the one. This is the one that I was looking at. I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember having that much dex. This is interesting, though. I've been playing around with this, too. Melee range evasion for, what's it called? Spear dagger. Comparing this to the range magic version, we lose a lot of top end damage. We're gonna just pretty much straight up hit 10% less damage, but the crit is still really good. The hit is about the same. 1,100 range evasion. Previously, I would say this is on the low end, but now with both passives, I mean, we're pumping that up to 2,100 in melee evasion. 2,100. 17k health. A little low, but without a greatsword in the mix, with just spear dagger, 17k health, also not bad. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, as much as I've been looking forward to playing like the super high damage leather builds, the nimble steps change, I feel like, is really kind of made plate spear a lot more viable. And now I'm tempted to just run this on everything. Because it would be... This is almost identical to the greatsword build. I think the only thing that's different is the legs. Right? Yeah, it's all the same accessories. And different weapons, obviously. But I've already got the heroic polearm built out. So we throw on some Ebon Roars. Which, honestly... doesn't really matter. We could use the Resolute Crusader Greaves here too. It would just shift some of the melee evasion over towards range, and then it would give me like 50 less melee and range defense. But we could totally just run the same pieces on both of these. Which one should we do? Which one should we do? I can't decide. Probably the Greatsword one. I do want to try to make Greatsword Spear work. I want to see if it's viable. If we can make that work, I think I would like it more than Spear Dagger. There's been a lot of fights lately with Spear Dagger where I'm like, man, I really wish that I just had a little more hit and a little more mana, and Greatsword will solve both those problems, so. Am I doing a good job today? I'm doing alright. Is evasion your preferred defensive style or endurance for the spear? It depends. I mean, if you're playing Greatsword Spear, then I feel like endurance was kind of your only option until recently. But with this latest patch, you can run at melee range evasion now, which is kind of what we're in the middle of putting together. If you're running Spear Dagger, you go evasion. I don't think there's any point in running endurance for Spear Dagger. But for Spear Greatsword, you can go either way now. You just can't go magic evasion. Think it's worth the stockpile blue resistance contracts dissolve for Talandra open world dungeons? No, I do not. I do not think that is worthwhile. I've seen people suggesting that. I think it's more important that you get your contract coins and buy out your enchanted ink and your trade extraction stones. I mean, do you guys feel like you are able to buy this shop completely out without doing your blue contracts? I don't see how that would be possible. If we save extraction stones for T2, what's the minimum lucent that's worth extracting a trait to sell now? Right now, I probably wouldn't sell anything for less than like 5 to 1, maybe even like 8 to 1. I'm mostly saving mine. I got 1,200 extraction stones just burning a hole in my inventory. Okay, so this is the build that we want to tidy up. And I need to fix the traits and the runes on the Shackles. And then I need to finish my Saradoma Bracer. Let me see if I have... We might do a little grinding first. I have a blue Bracer that's going to get transferred into the Saradoma Bracer. Yeah, this is pretty much... I got some extra pieces we can feed into this. This will be easy to finish off. There is... Yeah, this Ruby Bangle, I would like to fill this out. I think these drop at Saradoma, right? Maybe I'll go pump out some Saradoma contracts. That should allow me to finish this off. Yeah, Reptilian Fighter. Okay, we got anything to do right now? Let's go do some token burn. This is my favorite time of day where we can do miscellaneous stuff. No events. Pin those bad boy builds for us. You just go to Questlog and search for Moreland TV. There's no way that I know of to link to multiple builds at once. So, the only way to do that is just to type the name in.
That's the heart of storage management. Trust me.
Go to the character builder section specifically. It's got its own little search bar. I want to ask if it's possible to ask from TNL to make new server for newbie that in-game players can't transfer to. Yeah, they did that in Korea. It's something called Hyperboost. I don't think they're going to do that for our version yet. I think it's a little too early. For Korea, the game had been out for like, I don't know, 8 months when they did a hyper boost, and they did the hyper boost leading into the Talandra expansion. So my guess is that the tier 2 that we're going to get is going to be kind of like the early phase of tier 2 that Korea had at level 50, and then in another couple months they'll give us Talandra, and at that point they might do a hyper boost server. But that would be in like April or something. They might do a hyper boost server. I don't think they'll do one right now. I think it's too early. The game's only been out for a few months. I don't think it makes sense. Okay, so my inventory is a mess right now. Got all this crap that I'm using to stack blessing. Let's go to Sorrow. Not even 100 Lucent trade is worth selling now. I'm personally not selling it. I mean, how desperately do you need the Lucent? If like, what do you need to buy right now? I think that you're gonna want to mostly save your resources, save your Lucent, save everything for tier 2, unless you're like still kind of new to the game and still getting your foundation in tier 1. You know, then you might need to sell some traits and make yourself stronger so you can grind more content. But if you've been playing since launch and you've been making good use of your extraction stones up until now, I think your best play is probably to wait. Probably to hold them off for T2. Do we know how tier 2 gear is going to be introduced? No, we don't. There's broadly 2 different ways that I think they might go about it. The first would be they give us weapons and armor, and the level cap stays at 50, and your tier 2 gear only upgrades to +9. That's kind of how tier 2 rolled out in Korea initially. The second way that they might do it is they might attach it to the level 55 expansion. And if that's the case, your tier 2 gear will go all the way to +12, and there will be a whole new continent, and it will be a massive update. And I think that's less likely just because of how early we are in the game's life cycle, but it's possible. Which guide to make Lucent? Yeah, I've got a Lucent guide. It's easy to find. Yeah, the algorithm liked that one. Doesn't like all my guides, but I like that one. Is this wide open down here? Was on blue armor, green ring, and necklace until 3 weeks ago. Bought everything, fully traded my BIS for much cheaper than I bought earlier. Yeah, now is a good time to buy gear. So, like, I mean, everything is really cheap. So, you might see some prices go up once T2 actually has a release date, because people are going to scramble and they're going to want to do blessing stacking, and so you might see some prices go up at that point. Let me see if I can just avoid the boss here. Yeah. Perfect. Dude, Sardoma contracts are so comfy. There we go. No boss, no flower. Okay, let's get some mastery grind going here as well. Am I going to be here for an hour? Probably not. I will be here for half an hour. I will be here for cake. And let's run some skill damage boost food. Okay. Don't want to run a mastery report. These are 60 minutes, right? Yeah, okay, not right now. Not right now. Oh, there is a group back here. Maybe I should join them. I'm about to completely ruin their rotation. What are these keybinds? Okay, this is the wrong builds. This is the wrong build. Hold on. This is a build that's half complete. All the keys are moved around. See if this guy wants group. Last question. A lot of content creators have been suggesting to hoard the 2-star shards since there's a chance we'll be able to craft T2 weapons using the shards. Any merit to this? Yeah. Definitely. All your shard chests. I don't have them in my inventory. I can't show them. But yeah, I would for sure hoard those. I mean, the T1 shards, I don't know, like probably nothing is going to change there. So I don't know if it's a big deal to spend those, but if you are going to spend those, I would probably spend them on trade unlock stones. I would just save them, honestly, like, and just use them as needed, because like you're not going to know how many trade unlock stones you need in tier 2 until tier 2 actually comes out and you start getting drops, right? Like nobody really knows what the drop rates are going to be like or how they're going to roll it out. So I would probably save them just in case you need them for unlock stones in tier 2. You could turn them into unlock stones now, but it doesn't hurt to wait. They're not going to expire. So as far as the tier 2 shards, I would definitely save those. I think it would be a little goofy if they just let people use them to craft on day 1. They might change it, but they very well might not change it. So yeah, you might as well hold on to those as well. Dude, I love grinding out here. It's so satisfying. This game needs more like ultra density grind spots. Yeah, in Korea, so you know how you have the dimensional essence salvation right now that you get from T1s, and you can turn that into like a dimensional ring or some other stuff. It's the same thing in Korea for tier 2. Your weapon costs 2 dimensional essence from the tier 2 version. So yeah, you turn in shards, you get the essence, and then you get the weapon. I don't know if they're gonna add a new currency, because like I said, I think it'd be a little weird to just let everyone craft a bunch of T2 weapons 5 seconds after the servers come online, but I also don't know how else they would do it. It's kind of an open question with tier 2 in general. Like, if they don't go straight to Talandre, I don't know where T2 gear is even gonna come from, because are they really just gonna add it into 2-star dungeons? That seems boring, and like I don't think people want to just do 2-star dungeons for another 3 or 4 months. So it's kind of an open question. A lot of this stuff I think is still a really open question of how they're going to do it. Have you played the KR server in tier 2? A little bit, yeah. I mean, I played for a month or 2 at level 50. When the level 55 expansion came out, I leveled to 55, but I didn't do much more beyond that. So I know the first half of tier 2, basically. But I don't know the second half that came with the level 55 expansion. When 2-stars first came out, I made a ton of Lucent instantly lithographing and selling the highest value item. Up to 64k Lucent now. Yeah, you're going to be able to do that again with tier 2. I mean, it's like, there's going to be such an opportunity to make money. That's why, like, you know, a lot of people will comment on the Lucent guide and be like, oh, you can't do this anymore, the prices are all low. It's like, okay, guys, it's just, yeah, just wait for the next update. Like, just wait until they add more items and then do it all again. Like, that's obviously going to be the cycle for the end of time, like, you know, the rest of the game's life. New stuff's going to come out, it's going to be super expensive, you make a lot of money, and then it gets cheap, and then you spend your money, and you pocket the difference. Like, that's, you just do that over and over again. It's not, like, that complicated. Oh, you can't make money anymore, you can only make money in the first week of the game. It's like, okay, well, there's been 4 different weeks of the first week of the game. Like, every time there's a new content update, it's the first week of the game all over again. Mock, welcome back for 50 months. How you doing? Still doing 1-star and 2-star dungeons, can't see your tokens? Of course I am! I I wouldn't let my tokens cap. I'm a professional. This 75k Lucent isn't going to farm itself. I got like 4 different gear builds I'm trying to fund right now. And get ready for tier 2. Made 10k just with the Spear introduction. Spear didn't make me as much money as I thought it would. I thought people were going to be going nuts buying like heavy attack traits, and honestly, like, I don't even know if they went up 10%. Everyone had already stockpiled ahead of time, I guess. There was one thing that in retrospect, I really wish I had done. The Bellendir fragments had a huge spike. And I could have made like 20k Lucent if I had bought them and resold them. We're talking about it on stream too, and I regret not doing it. It was a lot of risk though. It was a lot of risk. I mean, I basically would have had to net worth myself to do it. And then people actually saw the Bell Spear and they were like, oh, never mind. And then they tanked again. Is that mostly from Siege? The Lucent? No, I've only made like maybe 6 or 8k Lucent from Siege. The first Siege was pretty juicy. I think I made like 3,000 or 4,000 off the first Siege. But the Sieges after that have only been like 1,500, 1,800. And I've only won 3 Sieges, right? Maybe 4? How long have we been sieging for? As far as the 1,200 trade extraction stones, though, I mean, that's easy. That's just the last couple weeks. That's not even that many. You get 420 a week. So, I mean, this is 2 weeks of contract merchant resets, plus, like, cleaning out the... I got, like, 100 or 200 from Ornate Coins at the end of December. And then I probably already had 200 in my inventory. So, yeah, it's literally like the last 2 weeks worth of stones. It's not that amazing. And anyone can hoard 1,000, 2,000 trade extraction stones in time for T2. It's as long as you're running all your contracts and you're running... I mean, this is another reason why, like, I suggest people not to salvage their blue contracts. Because, I mean, that's... You can get a ton of extraction stones as long as you can buy that shop out every week. And you're only going to buy that shop out if you're running your blue contracts. So, yeah, if you're staying on top of those, it's not that hard to get 1,200. I mean, this is 3 weeks at most, right? Or 2 weeks plus other things, you know. You're getting a little bit from Mystic Portals. There's other places that you get those beyond just the contract merchant. Gotta be more selective with what I'm extracting. Yeah, and I mean, I basically paused extracting anything during like the week of Christmas. I was out of town that week anyways, and since I got back, I haven't really extracted much of anything. I was doing 3 to 1. That was my cutoff before. I was doing 2 to 1 for a little while, but I couldn't keep up. I was getting too much loot. So I bumped it up to 3 to 1. And I was doing 3 to 1 up until like the 3rd week of December. And then I haven't extracted at all since then. So the only time I would extract something now is if it was like, you know, maybe 6 to 1 or 8 to 1. It would have to be a really good value. Because I am expecting tier 2 gear to sell for a lot. And it's 50 stones each, not 25. So we need stones. Is it worth to buy extraction stones with Ornate Coins? If you need them, yeah, if you're running low. I usually only buy like 100 or 200 per ornate coin cycle. So only like I buy like 200 a month, which is not that many. I just buy them when I'm getting low. So I probably won't buy any this month unless tier 2 gets announced. Then maybe I'll try to stock up on some more. I think it's more important to get the skill books. Skill books are the best thing you can get here, and the pouches. So I buy these out first, and then with what's left over, I go after usually ink, and then the extraction stones after the ink. The ink is another long-term play, though. There's not a lot of stuff you can lithograph right now. All of the ink right now is being... Well, not all of it. There's actually a lot of blue gear that's surprisingly good value to sell. I sold some blue gloves for 80 lucent the other day. It's only 5 ink. It's pretty good. That's like selling a purple for 400. So I think that's worth. But, yeah, for the most part, 90% of my ink is getting saved for tier 2. Same with the stones. I feel like everyone in my group is AFK, including me. I don't know where we're going. Would you rank in terms of resource priority for T2, Lucent, Trade Unlock Stones, Trade Extraction Stones, any particular order? Lucent's always the biggest priority, yeah. But it's all a matter of, like, how much of each one, right? Like, can we predict how much Lucent per stone tier 2 gear is going to be worth? Not really. You know, if a tier 2 trait sells for 100 Lucent, that's only a 4-to-1 ratio. That's not amazing. But I predict that they're going to sell for more than that on launch, and so I want to have as many, like, I don't want to run out of stones. The first 2 weeks of tier 2, I don't want to run out of stones and potentially miss out on thousands of Lucent. So, you know, I'm guessing that some of the more sought-after traits... It also really depends on, like, if they give us T2 accessories or not. Because it might just be armor and weapon. And if that's the case, like, people will have more Lucent to spend on just those traits. It depends on a lot of things. I think it's too difficult to predict, but I think it's highly likely that those ratios are going to be 2, 3, maybe even 5 times higher than what we can get from the current market. So I'm taking the risk and just hoarding. I mean, you sell a T2 trait for 500 Lucent, that's a 10-to-1 ratio. You're probably not getting a 10-to-1 ratio for anything currently. And regular traits might go up too. Like, that's the other thing to keep in mind. Like, our regular purple traits right now, they're selling for like 60 Lucent. Those might go up to 100. You know, they might go up to 120. Like, they might double. Just because people need them to pump their T2 gear. Because the T2 traits are not going to be like... They're not going to flood super hard. It's gonna be similar to like the 2-star gear that they just dropped. You know, some of those 2-star pieces, the traits are still 400 Lucent. Like on the accessories and stuff, some of those traits are still 300, 400 Lucent, and they've been out for a month and a half. You stopped buying the precious pouches from the contract merchant? No, I still buy those every day. That's another reason why I don't dissolve the blue scrolls. There's a lot of stuff you need to buy with contract coins. I think that's... If you were going to give something up, you would give up the precious pouch before you give up the mystic keys and the ink and the stones, for sure. Like, if something has to go, the precious pouch would be what goes. Because you net some of those coins back, but overall, like, the main value there is the potential to get purple gear and the potential to get, you know, growth stones and things like that. You are going to need a lot of growth stones in tier 2, especially if it goes to plus 12. You're going to need a shit ton. If it goes to plus 9, it won't be that bad. It'll be like around, I think it's around twice as much as what our current gear costs. So I still think the stuff you're getting from the precious pouches is pretty good. It's not as good as it was a month ago, though. So if you need to give something up, you can give the pouches up. But personally, I'm still buying them. Interested in playing with any arc boss weapon you can buy? On my server, arc boss weapons are the ones that I want are like 160k, so I cannot buy them. If they got cheaper in the future, maybe. I prefer getting them for free. I gotta convince my guild to give one to me. It's kind of hard because I was playing Greatsword Dagger before, which is kind of a bad build. Like for sieges and arc bosses and stuff, like the fights that are really important, Greatsword Dagger kind of the worst build in the game. So, if I was running a guild, I would not give a Tevent to a Greatsword Dagger. It feels like a waste. Now that Spear is in the mix, I think I could convince them to give me Tevent Daggers, but I need to actually like put together a good spear build and show up the siege and frag out. Prove that it's worthwhile. Especially since I've only been in this guild for a couple weeks, so, you know, I haven't earned it. Thank you for answering all these questions. Yeah, that's why we're here. I wouldn't have anything else to talk about. I'm an introvert. I'm not a conversationalist. I need questions. Your questions are my fuel. I've saved 23k Lucent. I'm aiming to buy Tevent Daggers when T2 release. Hope I can earn a lot. I mean, it depends. Like, if you're on EU, then you're a good bit of the way there. If you're on NA, maybe not. It's going to be a while. Why am I getting an invitation? Are we doing something? Most of the time, I just instinctively click yes when I get invited to a party. What are we doing? What? I don't know what I just got roped into something. I don't know what. Why is it so expensive in EU servers like 70k? It's because EU players only spend like half as much real-life money on the game, so there's way less Lucent in the EU economy compared to the NA economy, especially the NA early access economy. That's where all the whales went. Oh, we're running CMs? How many bangles did I get? Well, I needed one of those. I wanted to just max this out real quick. But I don't get his drops. I'll probably get out of these pouches. I got 8 more scrolls to run. Alright, well, we'll come back here later. The boys want me to do some dungeons, so we'll do some dungeons. Gotta get those runes. What category should I be opening Chaos Runes for? I was told to open bracelets. Bracelets, pretty good. I think weapon is a little better than bracelets. There's a lot of different ways to think about it, and it kind of depends on if your goal is to become more tanky or more damage. If you want more damage, the biggest upside that you can get is probably going to be heavy attack on weapon.
Oh, hello, streamer.
Alter. Welcome back for 62 months. So, heavy attack on weapon would replace your defense rune. You'd still be able to run skill damage resistance as a support, but you would give up your defense rune on weapon and you would get more heavy attack. That has the most potential offensive upside. Bracelet is similar. You can get heavy attack on bracelet as well. And I guess I'm thinking about it now. The defense runes that you get on bracelet are limited, right? So if you're running evasion, it might be better to go bracelet first. I'm trying to think. There was a reason why I was prioritizing weapon over bracelet, and now I can't. I'm trying to think of what it was. Maybe bracelet should be first. But the other way you can think about it is ring and necklace both have kind of dead slots for their support runes. So if you get chaos runes for your ring and your neck, then you can fill those in with something that's like actually good. But the upside isn't as high because you can't get heavy attack on those. You can't get skill damage resistance. You can't get like the real juicy runes on necklace and ring. So yeah, I think probably weapon and bracelet are the most important. But some people will tell you to go neck or ring so that you can fill in those kind of like dead slots sooner. Whatever you do, don't go belts. Do belt last. I think it's worth saving scrolls for the next set coming out. No, I think you need the contract coins. I think you need the contract coins right now. You might need the contract coins in T2 as well. Like, we don't know. You might be able to buy those boxes, those weapon boxes. We don't know if those are going to get released on day one or not. But yeah, contract coins are really important. I think you want to prioritize those. I would not be dissolving your blue contracts. Is it worth switching from Expo Dag to Spear Dag with T2 around the corner? Probably. I think most Expo players have rerolled by now. I mean, if you're gonna get a Arc Boss weapon, I think the crossbow's still pretty good. Outside of that, a lot of crossbow players are moving over to Spear. But I would only do it if you want to do it. Like, if you're still having fun playing crossbow, then keep playing crossbow. It's not as bad as people are trying to say it is. But yeah, Spear's definitely more sought after in the current meta. And that'll probably still be the case in Tier 2.
You managed to find all the merchants. We're in your debt.
Especially since, like, T2 is not going to be an immediate shift. You know what I mean? Like, the meta will eventually change in T2, but for the first month, most people are still going to be in, like, half or more of their T1 gear. You know, it's not like T2 comes out and, oh, we all go out and replace our gear the next day. There's still going to be, like, a 1 to 2 month period of transition where people are getting their gear and getting their traits. So the shifts that do happen in Tier 2 are going to be kind of slow. And anything you build right now is going to be, you know, it's still going to be useful for a little bit. It's not gonna like suddenly be useless as soon as T2 drops. What happened to crossbow? Crossbow just falls off as people get more stats, as people get more damage reduction and more health. The in large scale fights, the crossbow is mainly known for bombing with what's it called? The big spin to win skill. Mother Nature's kill everybody. You can't bomb as hard now that people have more defense and more health and more damage reduction. Like, just as people get more geared, the crossbow is not as high impact. It's kind of early game. And that continues to happen in Tier 2. People get even more stats, even more defense. You get more damage as well, but the damage doesn't, for crossbow, doesn't really keep up as well as the other weapons. So it's not like it suddenly becomes bad. It's just, it goes from being S tier to being like you know, A- or B+ or something. And the biggest thing with crossbow is that people have to adjust their playstyles. Like, I don't even think it's that bad. You can still play it really effectively as an assassin. But it's a much different playstyle than like the go in, bomb, die. Like, you have to play it almost kind of like you play a greatsword dagger, where you're feuding high priority targets and you're singling them out and you're assassinating them. You kind of have to play it more like that, and it's a lot of people just don't want to do that. A lot of people want to just jump in and spin to win, and if they can't do that anymore, then they want to play spear, because spear kind of does the same thing. It bombs a bunch of people and dies. Do you have other suggestions getting more solid? I've been using tokens and food buffs to grind crypts. Is there any other advice you can give? The food buff is the biggest thing. If you're running 50% solent buff every time you do abyssals, you should have enough solents. If you are still running out of solents, something else is going wrong. So we probably want to figure out what that is. You might be spending it on the wrong things. I've done this boss like 4 times, so go easy on me. I would say you want me over by dawn, is that what you said? Hold on 1 second, boys. I gotta focus on this. I got a what? Everyone has their own strategy for this boss, and they all expect you to already know what it is. Is he Wildkin? Vendoring precious stones is a good chunk of solent. You get precious stones from filling out your lithograph book. You're gonna be doing this anyways to get trade and lock stones. And so these precious stones, these will get you a lot of solent. You can get some from the battle pass as well. I just vendor all those. I don't use them to. The only other thing you can use them on is growth stones. So I just vendor all those. What do you mean by bait in the center? Do you want me to come up, back up? I don't know what they're talking. They're saying I didn't bait him in the last run. I definitely did. Alright, it's fine. Ooh, almost too early there. I gotta get used to this guy. Almost too early again. Okay, and I don't want to clear anything here, right? Except for on the... Okay. This one didn't get cleared at all. 4 didn't get cleared at all. Damage is good. I think the only time I did this guy was tier 15. I'm looking at him now, I'm like... He's half dead already. You guys know you can block the fall damage, right? Okay, I'm teleporting around the screen. It's invisible! I'm dead. It's impossible. It's impossible. It can't be done. No. The spam jump. I've tried spamming jump. Oh, did we really wipe? Who's at like 2%? I thought that was good. Alright. I also forgot to turn exit lag on again, so... Yeah, I've spammed jump in the past, and it definitely did not work. So I don't know about the spam jump thing. I think it's still... You still have to get lucky. Is Spear Dagger better than Greatsword Dagger? For big fights, yes. For small fights, no. It kind of depends. Spear has way more AoE and less single target. I'm always afraid I'm taking someone's plant here. Cast the spear, bro. Clunky skill. That javelin throw drives me nuts. The buff is too good though. Gotta use it. I hope that's enough. There's like a little bit of fog. Sometimes it can... Should be a double. We wasted our Guardian's last run. Oh, is that what it is? Apparently everybody desyncs there. You have to, like, not move after the bubble. Okay. The more you know. Okay. That was better. Still got hit, but... we'll be alright. No, it's a wipe. If he gets a eat, it's a wipe. Oh, that's sad. We could have 8%. You sell growth stones for solent? No, that's not what I said. Don't sell your growth stones. You sell precious processed gems. Don't sell your growth stones. I was saying the only other thing you can use them for is growth stones. But you shouldn't need to do that. You should have enough growth stones from other areas of the game. What am I buying from the Star Tree Pass? I bought some blue scrolls. They're kind of expensive. Nothing in there is a great value. The first thing I bought was the Mystic Keys. These are like a no-brainer. All the stuff down here is kind of whatever. You can buy whatever you think you need. I don't think any of it's like an amazing value. Shall I turn you into a tasty rat? One of these days, Gale Rush will actually work. There we go. I had to retarget him 3 times. That was too soon. Okay, that one's good to go. It's so delayed. I've got like the Carmine timing stuck in my head from last week. Can't really see. Rip. How exciting! Don told me to go to the wrong one. I shouldn't have listened. What did you say? Fastest way to get abyssal contract points apart from doing resistance contracts? Abyssal points. You can get a lot from your Amatoys every day. You get them from Mystic Keys, contracts, running your dungeons. You get a lot from running your dimensional dungeons. Kind of just get a little bit from everything. Every 2-star will give you 900. Every 1-star will give you 600. I think you end up with like 7K a day or something if you do everything. You can get quite a bit as long as you just stay on top of your tokens and your contracts. Would making flash waves healing not stackable fix the issues people are having with it? With flash wave, I think the biggest issue people have with flash wave is that it hits 700 people at once in large scale, and it completely defines the whole group PvP meta of the game, and it's very boring, and there's no counterplay. I don't know about the healing issues that it has. Cast the spell! That charge skill, dude, that javelin just, it wants so badly to charge fully when I cast it early. It's like, nah, you don't want to do that. You want to keep charging. I feel like getting a little bit of the smoke in the middle cleared out definitely helps here too. Okay, now we start looking. I think we can do this still. Okay, so apparently we can't move yet. And then I think now we can move. Otherwise, they'll desync. Alright. I'm so bad at this part, dude. I hate streaming this. It's embarrassing. I still get hit by the mini-boss. That was so fast! No way, dude. Who's doing the other bait? We got this! That was close. That was close. Siski almost got feared. We're good. Okay. Just delete the VOD. It's so delayed! Basically block when the thing disappears. That's how delayed it is. Alright, easy game. First try. Flawless. No deaths. Etc, etc. You know Mystic Keys gave him? Abyssal Coins? Yeah, each Mystic Key is 100, and then about 1 out of 5 of your keys will give you a Mystic Portal, which is 500. So that's 1,000 a day just from the Mystic Keys. And then you can get like 2.5k a day from doing 8-hour Amatoy missions. You can get more if you min-max it, but you should be able to get at least 2k, 2.5k a day from your Amatoy. Your dungeons added together is what, like 3,500? And then your contracts are 500 a day. So yeah, I think it's like 7 or 8k Abyssal tokens a day if you're staying on top of everything. And it doesn't have to be every day. Like, some of that stuff can pile up. The only one you really have to do every day is you have to make sure you're buying the Mystic Keys. You don't necessarily have to go do them, but this is a daily thing, so you might have to at least make sure you're buying them every day. But if you want to like let some of your contracts and dungeons pile up and then like do 3 or 4 days at once, that's fine. But Just make sure you're actually buying the keys. It's a really important daily thing. Bro, I'm getting blinded right now. There's like the tiniest little sliver where the sun can get through at this time of day. And I can't see anything. You can stack 6 of them and make people heal 5k per second, if I'm correct. Flash wave? Yeah, I mean, I think the healing probably makes it more severe, but the fundamental issue is not the healing. I think the fundamental issue is the damage in the AoE. They should just rework bow, make flash wave do near 0 damage, and make bow the support weapon. Yeah, if flash wave only healed and did no damage, I'd be okay with that. What? No Pantheon. No, I haven't. You have to buy it, right? It's kind of early. I don't know if I want to buy it yet. I've got other games to play at the moment. I wish we didn't have to grind these dungeons for runes. Everybody wishes they didn't have to grind these dungeons for runes. Everybody in Korea, everybody in Global. Yeah, the rune grind feels like someone from inside NCSoft is like a plant from from like a rival company, you know? It feels like the result of corporate espionage. Blizzard hired a spy to infiltrate NCSoft and put the rune grind in the game so everyone would quit. That's what it feels like. The state of Pantheon is really bad. I've heard good things about it. I mean, what I've heard is that it still needs 2 years, but I've heard the foundation of the game feels good. Once the baseline of a game is established, you know, another 2 years, a lot can happen in another 2 years. I mean, that's kind of what happened with Throne. I would say, like, even 1 year ago, Throne was a disaster. This game really only came online in Korea 6 months ago? 5 months ago? Like, end of July? I mean, that's... Everything that has made this game good has happened literally, like, in less than the last 6 months. It's been a massive turnaround. So you can get a lot done in 2 years if the foundation's there. What other games do I play? At the moment, I don't play anything. This rune grind too time consuming. I don't do anything. I don't have a social life. I don't sleep. I don't watch TV. Just dimensional trials. If I find some time, I will probably play some more Ashes of Creation. I was having fun playing their alpha. I'll probably get back into that. Played a little PoE too, but that's also a huge time sink. What up, Grixis? Did you manage to get a build put together for Greatsword Spear? Yeah, there's two different versions of it on Questlog. There's an endurance version and an evasion version, and they both have like spin-offs. Like there's a hit version, there's a budget version, so you can find my builds on Questlog and check them out. I think they're pretty solid now. I think all the builds are in a pretty good spot. All the ones that are saved on there. Isn't Guild Wars 3 coming? I have not heard anything about Guild Wars 3. There's a new Arcade coming. I don't think there's a new Guild Wars coming. Okay, I think I found it. I think I found the spot. Oh, there we go. I can see again. Nope, it's back. I'm just gonna have to wait 10 minutes for the sun to set. Can I share mine and get your opinion? No, because then everyone will want to share it. And it takes too much time to review builds. You can do a redemption on Twitch. There's a little... If you have the channel points, you can click the little button. And then I'll look at it. Did I just hit the rope? What just happened? You can ask me questions about your builds in chat, though. I just can't really, like, tab out and look at it while I'm running dungeons. It takes too much attention. You've been too fat? Bro, I get so much cardio. I run up and down these dungeons for 8 hours a day. My character's so fit. He's like 6% body fat. He might be starving, actually. No, actually not after eating all these cookies and cake. He's probably doing good. We've been eating a lot of cake lately. Maybe he is getting fat. Love MMOs. I can't stand the endless quest grinding to max level anymore. With useless quests, go kill 10 wolves. Yeah, I don't know. I like just mindlessly grinding mobs in some games. It really just depends on the game. Like, I don't think that they did a very good job of making killing mobs feel rewarding in this game when you're leveling up. They did a good job in Throne when it comes to abyssal grinding. I think abyssal grinding feels really good. But just grinding like regular mobs in this game doesn't feel good or rewarding at all. And so, like, nobody wants to do it. Contracts feel like a chore. That was kind of risky. Didn't need to do a third. We don't want to get zapped. He tried to kill me. Okay. No, it's the flowery. I'll just stand somewhere else. I died on top of it too, it's sad. Didn't opt for the range evasion, just full melee, because I don't know if 1400 is enough for bows, etc. For Greatsword Spear, if you're running the passive, you get an extra 400. So 1800 range evasion is okay. It's not amazing, but you will dodge some stuff. It's enough to make it worth running over endurance. Probably. The problem with running Greatsword Spear as endurance is you give up a lot of damage. But it really comes down to, I guess you don't give up that much damage. It's really more about, like, what do you want a melee range build or do you want a range magic build? That's really what it comes down to. And if you want a magic range build, the only way to do it is endurance. If you want to go melee range, I like the evasion version better for that. there any T2 weapon better than the current arc boss? Depends on the builds. It also depends on if they like unnerf the arc boss weapons. Because we have nerfed arc boss weapons for tier 1. If those get juiced back up with T2, then I don't know, I'm trying to think of like what regular weapons might be better than the arc boss weapons. I still think the Bellendir spear is probably not going to be that popular. The crossbow might not be amazing in tier 2. There might be a better option. Most of the other ones are still pretty good. Alright. There's 3 flowers over here this time. Should be good. Oh. Got nervous there for a second. Please just cast the skill. Holy. Dude, I'm like on the verge of not using Javelin anymore. That is frustrating me so much today. Am I just lagging? I just gotta be super careful not to click it too fast, because if I click it before it can cast, it bugs out and gets stuck. It's little, like, clunky functionality things like that that, man, if they just fix some of those, the combat in this game would feel so much better. I think it would have such a big impact. Yeah, it's good. My group started blocking the fall damage. They're like, yeah, that's good tech. That is good tech. Can we just pump him here? Do we have to jump? I don't want to do the mechanic. Okay, I got greedy. It's fine. Oh, gaming. Phoenix Barrage, not the skill to use in between waves. What is your mouse keyboard setup? Do you use mini mouse buttons? I have a $20 Amazon mouse called Redragon. It has 2 buttons on the side. I use one for block and one for target next. And then my keyboard is the stock Dell keyboard that came with the PC that I got when I was 19. It's pretty much, you can't see what any of the keys actually are anymore. I mean, you can see some of them. You can still see like J and K, but you definitely can't see WASD, C, F. Oh, those are all gone. If you lift the keyboard up, then we'll put that back down. Yeah, we don't want to do that. Yeah, there's probably skin cells on this keyboard that have existed for longer than some of the viewers in this channel. That's kind of crazy to think about. A minimalist. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of autism. Every time I use a different keyboards, I'm just so used to this one. Like, if the size of the keys or the way that they, I mean, I've used this keyboard for like 50,000 hours. Like, I just don't think, even if I got a better one, I just don't think I would like it. Ever thought about cleaning it? Yeah, I've cleaned it a couple times. I mean, it's gotten to the point. It's been so dirty in the past that like some of the keys won't even press. So yeah, I've cleaned it out. I got, you know, especially like my hands used to sweat a lot more. Um, I don't really know why. Probably maybe a circulation thing or something. But when I was younger, my hands used to sweat like crazy, like for no reason, and so that wasn't good for the keyboard. So yeah, I cleaned it a couple times in 15 years, probably like 2 or 3 times. Do I use Blood Devotion in my dungeon builds? No, but only because I expect other people to do it. There's 3 greatswords in the group, so I kind of just like bank on someone else doing it. It's a good skill though. You should have someone using it. And if you really wanted to be try hard, you would probably have 2 people rotating it, depending on how much cooldown you guys have. Because the base damage is crazy strong. The Blood Devo base damage is crazy strong, so someone should be using it. Not me, though. Not me. I'm the main character. What up, Rosen? How you doing? What if you burrow your rat before it gets to you? Well, if everybody burrows, he does an AoE and knocks you out. And that's going to be a wipe on T5. If you burrow when he's like walking towards you, then he won't do the bite animation. He'll turn suddenly and go for the next person, which can be a little, if they're not expecting that, that can catch your teammate off guard and get them killed. And if he eats anyone, that's a wipe, so you don't want that. Even if it's funny. Sometimes it's funny, but you will wipe. So yeah, ideally you want to do it right as he's going for the bite, because then he'll finish that animation. If you do it too early, he won't bite. He'll just immediately go after someone else. But you only need 2 people. You only need 2 bites during that phase. And that should be enough time for your 2 baiters to get into place so that he can do the big run back and forth. After 2 bites, he starts to get that radius around him, and you don't want to get zapped by that thing. You don't want to get feared, you don't want to get zapped. So, 2 bites. There's almost no rewards for grinding open world mob. Better to grind open world dungeons. Yeah, there's almost no rewards in terms of loot or in terms of like character progression. You know what I mean? Like there could be, they could give you skill mastery, they could give you something, right? Yeah, no, BDO did a really good job making the grinds feel rewarding. A little repetitive at times, but I mean, if you like go back to most of like the old school MMOs that everyone's nostalgic for, most of it is grinding. Like even WoW Classic, you pretty much just kill mobs the entire time, and then like, you know, maybe 10% of the time you're crafting, but you're pretty much just killing mobs. The quests, no one really likes the quests. The quests are just like an excuse to go kill mobs in a different area. You're still just killing mobs the whole time. that's always the core loop, and as long as you can make that fun, then you've got an MMO. That really is the whole foundation. Persistent worlds, go out, kill mobs, get loot. That's it. That's what every MMO should be founded on. It's the formula. have a link to my builds. I don't know how to link multiple different weapon builds on Questlog, so you have to just go type my name in the character builder, and they'll come up. Because there's greatsword dagger, there's greatsword spear, and there's dagger spear. So I don't know how to link. I don't think there's a way to link all of them. You have to just go and find the one you want. Or if someone can tell me how to link all of them, then I will make a link for all of them. But I think it would have to be 3 different links, which won't fit in a commands. Which purification stone for spear dagger? I guess the blue one still. I like the heal. Yeah, I've been using the heal and I'm pretty happy with it. You could do the stamina one for any dagger build, just because the dagger dodge roll is so good at saving you. There are definitely times when getting a stealth roll will save you and a heal will not. But the opposite is also true. There's times where a heal will save you and stealth won't. So I think the heal one is really just good all around. I need to check my runes after this. I don't even know what I got from this guy. Finding my flower this time. One bites, 2 bites, and then after that, you don't want none of this smoke. We have someone way over here baiting, this one way over here baiting. And then we hopefully don't take each other's flowers. Clean. So early. Okay, I think now... No. It's got to be 2 circle... Not the diamond. 2 circle blocks and then we get into position. There we go. So now we stand on the geyser and we try to bait a meteor on top of it. Ow. We don't want it to stand too long because they hurt. And then that pretty much clears it, but we'll take out the edges just to be sure. And then we hope that people got the other ones, because I'm not going to do it. That's too much work. Also want to make sure that we don't drop a meteor on the tank. That can be griefing. Okay, now we start to look. I cannot see anything. Hopefully it's not 3. I do not have line of sight. Don told me the wrong one again, but I was watching this time. I will not fall for his tricks. And then you block the fall damage here. Boom. That's secret tech right there. You're welcome. That's free. You don't want to morph and fall down because you can move and it gets weird. You might desync. You might be a little bit off position. And the bubble's not going to be as easy to pop for your teammates. You just fall and block the fall damage. Okay, we want to be over here for the wave. A little bit easier to see. Okay. I was in the air there. We got this still. I was still in the circle. I didn't have a chance to get out. That was unnecessary. That was unnecessary. At least it wasn't me that messed it up this time. What up, Zink? You're my age or younger. Have you played an MMO called Archlords? I don't think I have. This is definitely faster than Carmine. If we stop dying. But even with a couple wipes, it's still faster than Carmine. What's he saying? Can anyone translate that? I think he's saying, I feel so cold. He gets me every time, bro. He always picks me. I think it's based on damage. Get a little visibility here. I still can't see one. And block. Might be decent. Just gonna have to stand here for a sec. Okay, and now we jump. Oh, I wasn't expecting. We still got it. Go. Okay, never mind. We got this, Don. Big play. Okay, I messed up. I came out. Oh, I'm still alive. I'm trying. I can't move. I'm guarding anything. Come on! Come on! I should have regular blocked instead of rolled. I could have had it. Oh, so sad. My guardian was running. I just needed to live for like 2 more seconds. Oh, so sad. Bro, that was such a hero run. Mechanic with 2 people. $100 in the past week and a half on PoE 2. Yeah, you can sink a lot of time into that game. That's kind of one of the reasons I haven't played it more. Like, I just don't have an extra 350 hours right now. See how Suski tried to kill me there? Okay, as long as Dawn doesn't go for this flower. I'm kind of in the flour sandwich here. Okay, we're good. Okay, so now 2 circles, and we get the meteor. There's the first one. And there's the second one. Try to drop that thing on the geyser. He'll pick me. He always picks me. That's one. Oh, I guess it's only one there. Thought I was gonna do a second one. Okay, now bubbles. Where are the bubbles? Oh, now bubbles. My bad. Look at those gamers blocking fall damage. Okay, we chill on DPS and just try to live. Bro, the last one is bullshit. Okay, well, we're okay. Wait, what? Wait. Did you get feared? Oh, you were too close. Could have done 2 void wastes by now. What? It's the best damage. Which we do bow spear. We're talking about why our damage is so bad. I'm being told it's because we have too many greatsword spears. That's blasphemy. I think if we had 6 greatsword spears, he'd be dead by now. We just don't have that many buffs. Like 70k guillotine, so weak. We need a crossbow. We need a bow crossbow. I'm zoning out. I should have been standing on 2. Let me get a little more. Okay, that I don't have stamina. Sag. That's not good. Does the first flame always come from his sides? The first one, yeah. I think it always comes from the same side. It's the one that comes from 2 that gets me. It's fast. Even if you know what's coming. So I do with Greatsword Spear's damage. My Greatsword Spear pulls aggro. Yeah, but you want it just because you do a lot of damage as a Greatsword Spear doesn't mean that the group is going to do more damage with a bunch of Greatsword Spears. You want bow players that can reduce cooldowns for everybody. That's really what allows you to speedrun these. I think our boys are about to go to the tournament. This run might be dead. Think of all the lizards we could have killed during this time. Let me see what runes I got. I wasn't even looking. $56 skill damage resist. That's not improvements. We'll put that in shackles. I'm gonna be building out the shackles pretty soon. It needs to have good runes in it. Probably want range evasion in here for the greatsword hit builds. I'll put melee for now. I really need melee heavy attack chance. That's the one I keep getting griefed on. Magic, range, melee crits. No, not the one. Regular heavy attacks 54, magic heavy attacks 53, range heavy attack 52. Melee heavy attack non-existent. It's regular heavy attack. Yeah, the melee one's still better. That's so true, dude. Oh, okay, we're going back. I think I go for that far one. I don't know. We're not really communicating right now. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. 70k guillotine. It's just not good enough. We need more buffs. Maybe I should put Blood Devo on. Sin got caught yesterday and he was like, what? Huh? Huh? Me? What? What happened? Do we need to do 4? No, 4's okay. Let's keep pumping. Gonna do one more. Now we start looking. I always do that too early. What happened? We didn't get the bubble? It's like, why is no one moving? Everyone wants bow staff. Made me start using it. Had to start healing with bow wands. I always get into a group. Yeah, if you're going to heal with bow wand, you'll get groups really easily. That's like one of the strongest builds in the game right now. It's so good. You want them in every group. I feel like you want 2 in every group, dude. It's so good. I can do it. I can do 4, it's fine. Yeah, I'll do it. Okay, so they want me to clear 4. No one wants to do it for some reason. Which guild is winning? Yeah, but like, who's winning the tournament? We should have had different teams. Oh, come on, dude. How do I not block that? Didn't have stamina to block that time. Okay, now we crank. So that we don't have to do another rat phase. Full send, full send. Yeah, see? That's how we do it. Where was that? It still kills you. Oh, that's funny. With 5 bows and so fast, the bosses. Yeah, that's like the entire PvE meta for speedrunning is just bows. Bows upon bows. Ooh, that's good. That's actually... Yo, it's happening. No, wrong one. Damn it. 48. I thought I finally got a 50 melee heavy attack, but it's a regular heavy attack. Yeah. Can't get anything good. The moment it's bows over bros. Damn. Bro, you want to play with us? Better put a bow on. Melee heavy attack chance 49. So much progress. At this rate, my heavy attack rune will be maxed out by summer. Do I need a backup one? Actually, kind of. Put that in the Saradoma. Great sword spear. How many blood devos are we running? Should I take off Willbreaker and run blood devo? Think so. Revik thinks I'll die if I use blood devo. I think I could use it smart. How does bonus damage work? 40 dex, bonus damage, or Phantom Wolf 2-piece. How's it calculated? It's completely flat. It's not a very useful stat outside of crossbow and some dagger abilities. It's only good on abilities that hit a lot of times. Even for spear, it's kind of okay. I wouldn't say it's top priority. Not on Amos anymore? No, we left Amos. When did I leave you, Amos? A week ago? A week and a half ago? Almost 2 weeks ago. I think it was when I came back from the holidays. The guild died over Christmas, and then most of us left the server. You can run trials with people from other servers, though. You just use the party board. Do you think it's best to transmute your leftover runes or dissolve them in recrafts? I think transmuting is usually the way to go. The only time that you want to dissolve is if you are in the early levels and you want to like speed up your progress a little bit. You can go from like 20 to 40 a little faster by dissolving and opening the chest with green runes. But it's a lot of Solent. I think it's probably best to just transmute from day one. And as long as you pick the question mark option when you transmute, then you'll get a chest instead of a rune. And you could save the chest for after your runes are level 40. And then that'll help you a lot, because most of the grind is from 40 to 60. Like, after grinding from 1 to 40, it really wasn't that hard. So 40 to 60 is what you want to focus on, and for that, transmutation is always going to be better. What's the difference between a heavy attack chance and melee heavy attack chance? The melee one can have a higher stat? Yeah. Yeah, the ones that are a specific type are a little bit higher. So I only do melee damage, so I want melee heavy attack. If I was playing like bow staff, then... Actually, if you're playing bow staff, you would go skill damage boost. You probably wouldn't go for the heavy attack at all, but... You could just go for the heavy attack. The regular heavy attack. But at that point, skill damage boost is usually better. What does Blood Devo do? It shares damage from the other party members to you, and there's an add-on for it that increases everyone's base damage by 50, which base damage and bonus damage are completely different. So bonus damage is just a small bonus that gets added onto your hits. 10 bonus damage just means you hit for 10 more damage. But 10 base damage, or in this case 50 base damage, means that all of your skills that say percentage of base damage, they're getting multiplied by an extra 50, which is a lot. 50 base damage is a lot. You can see your base damage here, so like right now I'm 180 to 522. So an extra 50 is quite a bit. For curiosity, why did you decide to main hand the spear over the greatsword? Greatsword doesn't have any benefit to main handing it. There's pretty much not a single good greatsword skill mastery for main handing. You get like some max health and some health regen in small amounts. It's nothing significant. I was comparing them. Greatsword has 100 heavy attack. Well, the heavy attack will always be applied to your greatsword skills. It doesn't matter if you have the greatsword out or not. The only thing that your main hand determines is which skill masteries are in effect when you're not attacking. When you're attacking, you'll always use the mastery of the weapon you're attacking with. So for main handing, you only care about things like evasion, endurance, move speed, skill damage resist, basically defense and utility stats. You don't care about offensive stats at all, because the offensive stats will automatically switch over when you attack with that weapon. It's your run-around stats, basically. Which stats do I want when I'm running around doing nothing, when I'm idle? And for Spear, just hands down better. You get the move speed, you get the skill damage resist. If you go top tree, you can get some evasion and endurance. But the skill damage resist on the bottom tree is the big one. It's a shit ton of skill damage resist. Hey! I dodged! Lag. Blame lag. Remind me to turn on exit lag after this run. I keep forgetting. That ping has been gnarly today. 180. 180, dude. Like... It's like playing Korea all over again. I don't know why my ping is so high in this game. Did I make that? I just saved the run, boys. I just saved the run. I don't think we can kill him here, but we're gonna try. They want a guardian. I don't think we guardian here. I think this is a wipe. We can still do this. We can still do this. Come on, Sasuke. Wait, Sasuke killed himself. He's panicking. Things are not looking good for our hero. I can't kill him while he's moving. No one can take a hit. Yeah, you gotta take it. What do these little lizards do? No, he just autoed me for everything. Bro, the amount of 1% wipes we've had on this stupid boss, it should be a 7-minute run. I got one chaos rune on each weapon, just got another chaos box. Which one should I go for? You already got like good chaos rune? You shouldn't use chaos just for the sake of using them. Are they the right ones? You've been getting some good RNG, dude. Didn't know that? Yeah, that's... I should make like a hidden knowledge video. There's a bunch of like random tidbits like that that a lot of the newer people don't know. I've actually a lot of people have played since KR. Sometimes in Discord people will be like, what? I don't know it works like that. I remedy every time we Guardian. Yeah, I ran out of remedies. That's how many remedies I used. I got the good ones on now. Ring support slot may be best. For Chaos Runes, I mean, I think the most benefit you can get is heavy attack or skill damage boost. You can get heavy attack on weapon or bracelet. You can get skill damage boost only on weapon. I think those are the best Chaos Runes to get. But it kind of depends on your builds. Ring and Neck is nice because you're replacing the useless support rune. But the upside on ring and neck is not very high. Like, you can get a little more crit and hit. I mean, that's nice, but it's not nearly as valuable as heavy attack or skill damage boost. If you're not really extracting, what do you do with most of your blues and purples? I'm using a lot of it to build out other builds right now. I've got basically like 3 different builds that I'm making simultaneously, so I'm using them for that, or I'm using them to stack blessing for tier 2, or I'm throwing them into the material transmutation, throwing them into this, and gambling for items, even though I never get anything good. Shall I turn you into a tasty rat? Hayes tried to kill me? I'm getting the timings down with this rotation. Yeah, there's a 45k hit. It wasn't at ×2, but finally getting some of that damage. He never gives me the meteor over there. Maybe it's distance? I was like always getting it at the other spot. Okay, no, I think it's just random. Bullshit. I rolled. I was literally mid-roll animation. You can check the VOD. Live, Revik! Bro, I miss Carmine. We didn't even need a tank for Carmine. That dungeon was so easy. Maybe this one will feel that easy by the end of the week. Gaming! Okay, I think we got it. Fuck it. I'm buffing, I'm guardianing. Okay, probably overkill, but I'm good with it. It'll be up by the next run. Clean. Played since launch and never heard that before? Well, I mean, the game doesn't even like remotely hint to you that that's how it works. You know, there's a lot of things like that where it's like, how would you have to be paying so much attention to even notice this? Answer my question with the universal ring. What did you ask? Let's see. No, I didn't see it. Because the Band of Universal Ring will be relative when T2 release. It depends on if they give us T2 accessories. If they give us T2 accessories, then you're probably going to use T2 accessories. And if they don't, then the band is still the best ring. We don't have any way of knowing if we're going to get T2 accessories or not. The first wave of T2 in Korea didn't have them, but that doesn't mean that they won't do it differently for our version. You know, in a Dark Destroyer? Oh yeah, we got 2 Dark Destroyers up there. Does my Wildkin damage work here? Oh, there's people here. It's all orange. It's a blanket of orange. Alright, we doing this? 3v10? Oh, Sin's here. Okay, we got some green. Pin 3 Enjoyer's a good name. To be honest, for a second I forgot that I had this build on. I thought I was running Greatsword. Yeah, we need more guys. You still extract everything in Salt to make Lucents? No, I'm not extracting anything right now until we get an announcement for Tier 2. Tier 2 traits cost 50 stones to extract, so I am saving all of my stones until we learn more about how they're going to roll it out. I love Phoenix Barrage, it's such a good skill. What should we be using? T1's Dimensional Salvation. We get the random chest. All ring traits only 70 to 90 Lucent now. There's really nothing else to use it on. You can check... there's chests that use 2 of those. You can check some of those pieces, but I don't think it's going to be any better. Use him to stack Blessing. That's what I did. I got a... Where is it? I got a Dimensional Ring with a bunch of junk traits on it. 15 people on me. Watch out. Not enough stamina. How much is Band going for now? 2,000. Still pretty good. Bro, let's just spawn camp. Why are we fighting fair? Like, yeah, it's 20 people. Let's just spawn camp. Spam. Oh, we got greens? Okay, okay. That guy just solo tornadoed me. Hello? Where are my stacks?
We shouldn't use impure objects such as vengeful spirit force.
Dude, I really got one stack from that 5-hit combo. That's crazy. They all have buffs. They all have Dark Destroyer. There's 20 Dark Destroyers over here, bro. I don't think we're making it out of this one. I feel like we had like 20 allies, and then suddenly we had 0. Where'd they go? Tochi, I was just building stacks, bro. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. Sorry. I thought you were AFK. I wasn't gonna kill you. I didn't expect you to start moving. Okay. Wasn't expecting that last hit to land. Not really seeing. Alright, here we go. Yeah. You have to just search my name on Questlog, Casey. There's too many different builds to make a command out of. It's worth upgrading Magna Fury Greatsword to a Dentist if I can get one for free. Probably. That's tough to say, man. I mean, you still have to do the traits. So if you're willing to invest this, and you can roll the first trait and then buy the other two, or you can use unlock stones if you have them. I do think it's a lot better than Fury Warblade in most cases, but if you go and look at the builds that I have on Questlog, like Fury Warblade is still used in several of them. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. So it's kind of up to you. Oh, I killed Creamy. He doesn't have the buff anymore. Yo, get the buff. Get the buff. Question mark. South, south. Help me. Did you guys get it? Who's got the buff? No, it hasn't dropped yet. It hasn't dropped yet. It's a big fat mobs. We gotta kill the enchanted mutant. No, we gotta commit to this. We gotta commit to this. Get the glowing one. That's the buff. Just kill him and loot it. Okay, press F. I got it. Good luck. My stealth bugged. It's over. Oh, this is not good. Damn, it's so much damage, bro. If I just had, like, anyone else here with me. Ah, that would have been good. If I got, like, one heal there, I would have been able to bomb that whole clump. Precious Purification Stone doesn't stack together and use different slot in inventory. Oh, you thought you could have multiple? Yeah, no. I mean, you can choose multiple ones to use, but you can't like use them back to back. That would be pretty crazy. You can't even use a remedy after a Purification Stone. They share a cooldown, which is kind of stupid. I don't even know if it's intended. This respawn's pretty lit. Yo. Oh, NGH kill. I thought this... I was like, what did he just hit me with? I think NGH has me feuded. Someone said the T1 Dimensional Salvation could be used to craft higher Dimensional Salvation. Not as far as I know. I don't think that was ever a thing in Korea. I'm jumping on you, dude. You better move. That skill's so funny. You see how he just walks? I was hoping he would, like, come back into it. Love the content. You helped me understand the game more. Yeah, no problem, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying. Creamy does not have melee evasion, which is surprising. I think he's the only person in the whole GVG who doesn't run it. Oh, my stuff wasn't ready yet. Oh, that's sad. That would have been. I was gonna try to get stacks and then go. I needed one more second. All right. GG's. I got one or two good bombs.
The Pure Light Tower is always working to protect the providence of nature.
Wait, maybe Kirby does have melee evasion. Maybe he just doesn't have enough.
All the chaos fragments you collected today will become purification fragments, and this land will flourish once again.
Bro, crossbow dagger's gotta be good in 50v50 still. Don't you think? How much damage did he do? That's still pretty good.
Friend, the goblins have big responsibilities. My customers should know that too.
Looking for bangles. Some of this stuff needs to get recycled. All right, here we go. Band of Universal. Bro, this belt. Do you guys have any idea how many of those belts I have? Max mana. That's another blessing item right there. That's at least 8 of these belts. I probably had a few more that I use for traits. I think I've gotten like 10 to 15 of these belts from material transmutation. Look at all this Look at all these junk belts. I am going to be ready for the next tier of belt, I'll tell you that much. Zero out the new streamer server. The streamer server is Cherno, I think. Depends on which streamers. I think Cherno has more than Zeroth does. Zeroth has me, Vert, Revik, Mac. But all the like super big, like Cannon and Sunny and some other people like Archie and Winning, they're all on Cherno. Why are you trading it and not doing blessings? It's the same thing. I'm trading it for blessing. Those are all junk traits. Blue's on Cherno. Who's Blue playing with now? Which guild did he end up in? I didn't make any mistakes, but if I did, it was the healer's fault. If I got hit by a wave, it's the healer's fault. If I didn't block, healer's fault. If I was reading my chat during a mechanic, healer's fault. No, watch what happens to my ping, you guys. I did an exit lag sponsor in one of the early videos, and I got so many comments saying it was a scam. Like, watch what happens. I'm gonna relog with it right now. I've been at 150 to 200 ping all day. Watch this shit, dude. It's like magic. Disconnected. Are you transferring fully traded purple to another empty purple to stack blessings that way? It kind of depends. So, if I get... Look at that, 70. It's actually insane. I've never played a game where it makes this big of a difference. Usually, exit lag, I'll save like 10 ping. This game is literally like 50, 100 ping lower. It's completely insane. I don't know what is up with their servers. Anyways... What were we talking about? Yeah, so if I get a bunch of blue belts and like I feed them into this and it has blessing and I don't need more junk traits, then I would just leave that as is. But blue belts, unless you like go out of your way to farm them, they're kind of uncommon. You don't get a lot of blue belts. So for the belt slot, I will probably use multiple junk pieces. Like 2 or 3 of these. It kind of just depends on what I loot as well. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way to buy these, right? These are just extra pieces that I don't have anything better to do with. So it's not like I'm spinning Lucent on these. It's just stuff that I get from Transmutation or from dungeons. You played T2? I did, yeah, a little bit. So I played the level 50 T2 content. I didn't play the level 55 content that much. I played it for like a few days. I think we're looking for a healer. I'm gonna go knock out a few more Doma contracts. Did you see the thing about the season ending on the 16th? if you go to Dimensional Trials... Oh, that's they were just looking at the weekly one? I thought they were looking at the overall one. Okay, no, that's bait. I thought there was somewhere where it said it was ending. No, never mind. Yeah, I know. Someone posted a screenshot in Discord saying it was ending, but they must have just been looking at the wrong place. You heard him. Bro, nobody's out here. It's not here anymore. Wait, so you're saying it changed now? Alright, I'm looking. I'm scrolling up. Is it in the CM channel? I don't see it. Yeah, post it again. Okay, so Don's saying that on his screen, right here, there's a line of text that says the season is ending soon. And then he says it went away. Look at this. What do you guys think? Conspiracy? Are they going to suddenly end the... Why are your dates different? Mine's 8 to the 15th. Are you in a different time zone? It's weird that yours is a day different than mine. Yeah, but the week shouldn't change. Mine says 8 to 15. Yours says 9 to 16. Hover over the arena morphs and the rewards page says they are limiteds. Yeah, I mean, the arena and the dimensional trial will end at some point. We just don't know when, because the current date says 2099. And I think they're going to end before that. I don't have any proof, but I think they're going to end before 2099. I would wager. I would wager that they're going to end before then. Got that last rotation as well. Nothing happens. You got it last week? No. That's not as promising. If we get T2 without Talandre, will we need to upgrade and retrait again when Talandre comes? You'll need... So, if we get it without Talandre, then your gear will only go to +9. And then when Talandre comes out, that +9 will be extended to +12. So you won't have to, like, re-upgrade, but you will have to upgrade from 9 to 12. As far as traits, it depends. Some of your Talandre gear, some of your like regular T2 gear will get replaced by Talandre gear, and some of it won't. It's going to be totally dependent on your builds and which pieces you like. A lot of the Talandre gear is going to be better than the first batch of T2 gear, but not necessarily. Like, it's really just going to be build dependent. A lot of it is just like more options. It's not necessarily like a direct upgrade. It's still the same tier of item. You had the red text last week's rotation. So everyone's saying that they had that message last week, and then it went away this week. I'm calling it, dude. T2 on February 9th. February 9th. Yep. I know. It is too long. Nope. Wait, no, February 6th. Bro, all my stuff expires on the 6th. What do you guys think? I think it's on the 6th. Gonna get T2 gear and 2-star dungeons. Get some from new world bosses. We don't know. I think it would be really dumb if they just add it to the 2-star dungeons. So we've been speculating about other things they might do. I think it'd be cool if they incorporate dimensional trials somehow to get tier 2 gear. If it really is just running more 2-stars, that's gonna be so dumb and boring. Like, could you imagine them doing that? I think the chances of them doing that are fairly low. What do you guys think? I'm like 80% sure that they don't do that. That would be, I think, a really bad decision. Which doesn't mean it's impossible, but if they go that route, I don't think it's going to help the game. I think people are just going to get even more bored. Like, nobody wants new gear to run the same content without any changes. Is a variety worse for mixing pieces? Every greatsword dagger set seems to just use Oblivion Wrath set. No, the variety in T2 is insane. There's way more options, especially with Talandra. There's a ton of options. Wait, what? Why did you kick him? Why would I use a level 1 bow with no traits or mastery? Wait, was he not a bow? He's a staff healer? Ooh, in current year? That's crazy. Are y'all queuing Dimensional Trials as a healer with Staff Wand? You guys doing T5s as Staff Wand? Be honest. Community is always complaining to make the game easier, so they might possibly do that. It would make it so easy, though. It would make it trivial. Like, we've already been farming this content for a month, and now they're going to give everyone, like, 30% more stats to just farm it even faster. Like, I don't know. It seems like the wrong move to me. You drop 3-star dungeons with T2 drops. Well, if they do that, they have to do Talandre. They could just rebalance the dungeons. They kind of rebalance the dungeons for our version anyways. So I guess they could rebalance 3 stars. But even like thematically, all the 3-star dungeons are tied to the Talandre expansion. It's like Talandre characters and stuff. So I don't know that they would give us 3 stars without Talandre. I think those have to be tied together. But they might do some weird rebalance. Maybe there's totally new dungeons that they're going to add. That would be a surprise. What server are you on? Zeroth. This guy's a gamer. I can just tell. Oh, that was damage reduced. It's gonna be a big hit. Are we good here? I don't know which one he wants me to get. I'll just watch him. Okay, I'm getting this one. We have inner server today, right? Do we even have a fight for the stone? Yeah, what guild is it? Refresh that. I have too much debuff resistance. Makes this mechanic harder. Alright, I got some stamina back. I just wasted a bunch. I'm zoning out. Carmine was so much more, like, zone out friendly than this dungeon. This dungeon I have to pay attention the whole time, dude. Oh, is it over? It's over. Do you just die if you don't get popped? Wow, he just BMs you and heals in front of you? That's crazy. Hey, press Y, G, H, B, N skill shortcuts. They're so far. The only one that's far is N. I probably should change N. You think Y is far? I don't think I ever misclick Y. I do misclick N sometimes. Sometimes I press N, which is not good. Opens the map. What would you use instead? Shift 1? Shift 2? I feel like we have less cooldown this time. Probably should have gone across the two. Normally people call it out. Now. Yeah. Is it the healer's fault? Our damage is way lower with this group. Bro, you can't. You can't jump fast enough. You have to just guess. Literally have to just spam the button. It just hits you in your midair. It's BS. Done. You didn't even need to be out. Oh man, today has not been our day for T5s, bro. We should have just done void wastes. Can't believe the healer let Dawn get eaten. The whole time of what? I think it's the cooldown reduction. This healer seems to have 4 handled. Maybe I don't need to worry about 4. I'm gonna go to 2. So sad. Very sad. These dungeons look annoying. They're good dungeons. The problem is that you run them for like 100 hours and you start to glaze over and then you make stupid mistakes even though you've beaten them a bunch of times. And then everyone gets mad at each other and yeah, it's not the type of content you want to repeat all day, every day for weeks at a time. That was so fast.
How exciting! There's no ray here.
Should have 4 of you could skip the wave mech. Yeah, that's cheating though. I'm not trying to get clipped. Maybe off stream, you know? Put on my Erida staff. Glitch out the boss. Can you guys believe Erida staff didn't get fixed this week? Any tips on how to use Chaos Runes most effectively? It depends on your build, but the best ones for most people are going to be either heavy attack or skill damage boosts. That's okay. I'm used to my teammates trying to murder me there. You get skill damage boost in weapon. You get heavy attack in both weapon and bracelets, so I think those are both good choices. But like I said, it's kind of build dependent. And then if you do get one of those, you replace the defense rune. You want to keep the skill damage resist on both your weapon and your bracelet. This looks pretty good. Yeah, we're alright. Okay, our damage still sucks, but it's a little better than last time. One of our guys normally tanks, so I don't know how finished his DPS set is. This is the fast one. Okay, very simple. I feel like that's the ideal pattern. The pattern we just got, that's like the easiest one to deal with. Alright, and now if one person messes up, the whole thing is over. So, here we go. Get down, Dawn. Looking good, looking good. Baiters are in position. They are masters of what they do. Brother, your flowers over here. What are you doing? It's right there. Eyes. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why he came for mine, but I wasn't giving it to him. Did you see how they broke dagger block with movement speed? You can consistently recreate in PvP to reach like 2.4k movement speed. Is that what it is? Every once in a while when I'm running a dungeon, I'll get like giga movement speed. I thought it was tied to blood devotion. It always happens when I use blood devotion. Is there one that it's tied to the dagger block too? Yeah, I'm going to Nirma. I want to see them expand the map a lot with more story content to play. Co-op felt too quick to reach level 50. When we get the Talandra expansion, it comes with more quests and story content. It's personally not my favorite part of the game. I find it to be kind of a slog, but if that's what you like, you'll get another, you know, 5-10 hours of questing. Six months of development for 8 hours of content. Feels like a complete waste of development resources to me, but people gotta have their storyline. Activity. What kind of scores they got? Brother, there's 2 people at 14k and the next guy's at 11. This is like the least active server I've ever seen. There's no build command on YouTube. You guys have to just type my name in on the Questlog character builder, and they'll pop up. There you go, you found it. When's the rank 1 match? Grand finals. Is his rank 1 match going to be after this one that's happening right now? What a good event, dude. What a good event. Number 1 kills has a mil damage. That is some slick kill stealing, dude. I just like looking at the stats afterward. I feel like the stats afterward is more interesting than the actual fights. Two? We don't want to take loot from our guildies. Alright, did you guys go 3? Have I been talking in the wrong channel this whole time? When did you guys do that? That's sneaky. How can we stack portals if we're not going to group? Shouldn't we spread out and take loot from other people? I remember Surgeons got so mad at me one time for going into Jade's portal. It was when I was out of town, I wasn't really paying attention, and he was spamming in Alliance chat. Moreland, wrong portal! Moreland, wrong portal! Like all caps over and over again. Yep, that sounds about right. Well, what I don't get what difference it makes if one guild gets loot over another guild. Like it was all supposed to be one organization. I was an arc boss. It was like a fucking Talus or something. I logged in to hit the boss once to get credit on like Christmas Eve while I was out of town on a laptop. I wasn't even like, it was such a big deal. I mean, that was just his mentality, though. Like, when it came time to move servers, he just basically said, if you're not in Jade, go fuck yourself. They did the same thing in Onyx. They just pretended like it was merit-based. They learned that from Alec. I mean, Alec is literally like, what have you done in the last 48 hours? It's like his only metric. It's like, yeah, there's no... No, he put out an announcement saying, like, yeah, he said, if you're old Ethereum, it doesn't matter. We're being competitive. Like, there's no loyalty. He was very explicit. Like, there's no loyalty. There's no friends. If you don't have the highest score, then you don't get the loot. And if you had the, you know... Yeah, exactly. If you had the highest score for a month, but then you took 2 days off, too bad. The Arc Boss weapon goes to the next guy.
Shall I teach you the meaning of
And when they gave it to Voil and then kicked him?
Don't expect an easy death. In desperation. Now, to a painless place.
I might have been able to convince Marlene to give me that spear. I regret it. He told me he was going to give me the band, and then he didn't do it. He gave me like a cape instead. I was like, alright, that's fine. I'll sell this and buy the band. I like that there's like a super high-end objective to fight over, though. Yo, invite a healer from Alliance chat. Alright, I am hunting for someone that I can't target. Oh, this guy's dead. Every time I see like a random person from a guild I don't recognize walk up to a boss with 100 people hitting it, I'm like, does this guy know what's about to happen? His shield's about to wear off. Why is this guy still invincible? Standing right here. He must be lagged out. I thought I was gonna get some bounces. I think TC merged into 9 to 5. Yeah. You're going from 3 to 1? Who else is in the alliance? So they transferred over? Ah, okay. Well, there's no healer to blame. There we go, I'm getting mana from Talus. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I had stacks just now. I guess no one's showing up because of the tournaments. There was like a whole sea of oranges at the last Dark boss, or at the last Conflict boss, a couple hours ago. They're giving out money, aren't they? Or some kind of prizes? Oh, no, I see. How do you change the build with hotkey? You have to set it manually. It's under... somewhere. Shortcuts, I think. Yeah, shortcut, and then combat settings. I have all of my combat settings bound. All of these for different things. So I can just press one key and it'll swap everything over. It was really buggy, but I think after this week's patch, it's working. It was messing up my stats a lot. It was messing up these. But, nope, just kidding. It's still messing them up. Those stats are not correct. Ugh, that's so annoying, dude. Well, the patch said they fixed it, but you have to check every time you swap. Make sure the stats are correct. Oh, this is so... I'm so tired of doing this. Okay, here we go. Oh my goodness, that was such a sick kill. You see the moving Tempest cut off from the safe zone? I love that. Nobody expects the moving Tempest. I think I'm the only person in the game who uses it. Everyone thinks it's bad. I really wanted that kill with the jump. It's so good, dude. It took me a little while to get used to it, but it's so good. The dashing Tempest is so good. The first slot only has that bug? I usually don't use the first one. Or do you mean... That was close. You mean the first combat setting, or you mean the first one of these? Yeah, I mean, I was on... This is the third one right here. Yeah, the first one is like the one I never even used. This is still... The first one is like a work in progress. I usually only use the 2 through 4. 2 and 3 are PvP, and then 4 is PvE. But the PvE stats from 4 always get stuck on 2 and 3 somehow. Which is the worst way it could happen. Like, if my PvP stats were bugging out and being applied in PvE, that wouldn't be that big of a deal. But when my PvE stats are being applied for PvP, that's very bad. That is not good. It's after 5, but these 9 to 5 guys are still here. I can't kill him. He's a healer. I can't even damage him, bro. I don't know why I try. I'm gonna jump on this guy. Oh, never mind. Cancelled. Alright. Fear him. Fear can kill him. Yes! Alright. That was all me. I literally did everything. No! I greeted! You playing with Don Solo? Say hi. He used to play in KR with me. He used to be Greatsword Staff Andy. Glad he got some brain cells. Don, I have a message to pass along to you. Yeah. He says, say hi to Don Solo. He used to play KR with me. He used to be a Greatsword Staff. Glad he got some brain cells and switched to bow staff. Were you a Greatsword Staff? He says he was bow staff. Yeah. Oh, they're at men's. Men's is an interesting fight with Spear. It's an interesting fight. Show you guys what I mean. Revik has a photographic memory. Okay, we're mostly green here. Mostly green. Usually this is mostly orange, and I have to jump off, build stacks, and then hook back up, throw my spears, and then jump back off. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Good bomb, good bomb. Should have shielded. What are we doing? I'm going there. It's mostly guildies. I didn't see many oranges. Yeah, let's do T2s, bro. T1s, I just queue as tank and speedrun them in 6 minutes with pugs. We don't actually need a tank. Oh, they're pouring in. Abort. Oh, I still had 3 stacks. Can I? Okay. Am I on the other side? Oh, everyone's dead. I should have stayed up there. Wow, that guy charged me out of my charge. I didn't know his charge got priority. That's crazy. Okay, Minzarok. Like, literally, that wasn't any of your business. I don't know why you had to get involved. It was a mile away. Let's do Minzarok, I guess. Local chat's pretty lit. Take your meds, loser. You're the inviter. You're the one who invites. They're all so low. Can't do it. Can't do it. Need to put different gear on. Ah, the double dash.
This doesn't taste so bad.
Everyone over here has a shield. It's hard to... Okay.
You cannot evade the specter. Do you truly think you can survive?
I want to get bombed again? No, we're fine. We're fine. Yeah, I feel the same way. Alright, do we do this mechanic? I'm not gonna do it. Someone else will do it. That's the longest stun of my life. I guess someone does have to do the mechanic. Bro, there's such a short window to actually PvP on this boss. He's always doing some dumb shit. I'm here. Oh, they summoned. Careful. Don't stand too close to the edge. Whoa! Oh, okay, I'm getting mechanicked. Oh, man. The Tempest, it's so underrated. The Tempest is so underrated.
Just give it up now. You cannot
That'll bounce off the boss, right? Oh, maybe I should have targeted the boss. Oh, I'm dead. I should have had the boss bounce to him instead of the other way around.
Your soul is ripe for the taking.
Alright, are we finishing this boss? Not coming back.
Are you here to ask about something precious you have lost?
We could get a Blessed Templar Choker out of this. The daggers are what, like 200 lucent? Okay. I couldn't attack, but I could be attacked.
Always be on the lookout for a mirror.
I wish they would just remove all the respawn shields from PvP, man. Like, there's already a safe zone. I don't know why you need a shield when you enter the fight. If people are camping the ledges too much, then just, like, don't make campable ledges. Just add more space.
Do you truly think you can survive?
We need cubable war games already.
Your soul is
Alright, here we go, here we go. This is the guy. No, he died. Every time there's like a Live Lord tank who can't die, I just want to jump on him with Death from Above. Like that. Oh, it works every time. And that wasn't a tank, but still. And by it works every time, I mean it works like 15% of the time. Yeah, like none of them have. They're all running melee evasion. It's seriously like 4 out of 5 are running melee evasion. I can probably tell you the names of everyone on the server who isn't. We got 10 new guilds that joined Immortality. Every fight has been a clusterfuck. A lot of dick measuring about who's going to be top dog. Alliance next siege. Ah, dude, I'm jealous of you guys. That's so fun when a bunch of new guilds come and then like siege is right around the corner. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, there's only going to be one winner. It's pretty common for healers to run 2k melee evasion. Especially with runes, it's easy now. Tier lost to press W? Wow. Damn, press W. Showing up strong. Wish Alliance is capped out of 2-3. I kind of feel the same way. I don't know, though. I go back and forth. I think that's one of those things where the grass is kind of greener. Because realistically, if you like play out in your head what those fights would be like, if all the alliances were capped at 2 guilds each, then it would just be like endless third partying. I don't know if it would feel like a better fights. Maybe if they like hid guilds the way they do in Siege at every boss, I'm not sure. Because I think Siege feels good for how much chaotic, like how much chaos it is. I think Siege feels really good, but I also think a lot of that has to do with the fact that there's like 5 different objectives to fight over instead of 1, and it's way more spread out. But I think the hidden guild tags helps too. On what build? Is he top kills too? Yeah, because you can pad with this build. That's the thing. Dagger Spear solid? Yeah, Dagger Spear is very popular right now. It's quickly taking over. Been trying out Dagger 1 for fun. Dagger 1 is really good. The Tevin 1 one-shot is not fun to play against. No, tanks and capping is not fun. It's really silly. Two stars? Are we attacking? I think we're attacking. I thought we are. Yeah. Yeah, we decked on somebody. I should probably just go inside the cave. I thought we were going to queue up for something, though. Two stars. Alright, 3,000 plus inventory. Who's tanking? Okay. Oh no, you... Wait, no, don't leave. Let one of them leave, then we re-queue. Oh, that might work. You know, the loot in here is still pretty good. Wait, that's actually such good tech. I can't believe we didn't think about that before. Expel someone and then read random. Never have to do torture. Kind of toxic, but I mean, at the end of the day, probably good for them as well. How did that kill? I'm not even near a wall. Yeah, it just takes too long. Alright, let's see if we get locked out. Someone already always attacks this guy early and locks you out. You gotta rush to get in.
Which one should I cut today?
Kill the intruder.
You think you can get enough blind resist? Yeah. Yeah, I wish the uptime was better. It's kind of a short buff.
Kill the intruders.
I put together a melee range version of Spear Greatsword. Looks pretty good. Alright, let's see which order he uses. Oh, he does it correctly. Bro, we had a whole ordeal about this yesterday. You have so much time in this version. It makes me laugh every time. Are they just gonna give us like really dumbed down 3 stars at level 50? Like, how are they gonna do this? For the next for T2 gear, I can't figure out how they're gonna do it. That's like too smart though. Do you think they're gonna do that? Yeah, I scale it down like they did for our other content. No. I mean, what's the difference? I did so many cave runs. I was still burnt out on cave when global released. That's wild. Bring that back.
Delicious screams for myself.
Yeah, the spear greatsword feels so good in PvE. It's coming online in PvP too. It took a little. The buffs helped. I think the buffs brought it a little bit more online. We got a good group. I think we one-tap this. Look at Pure with his actual tank gear on. Try-harding.
Now, let's start. Begin today's session.
Boone and 15, start getting your parties together. Block coming.
I'll awaken your dark side.
They give you plenty of time. He's taking his time.
And now, the execution.
Almost done with this run. The war that's in 15 minutes. How many people were signed up for today? So someone's getting benched. 48. Can I block while not looking? Oh, gotta do it faster. Yo, he stood in it.
Try not to die too quickly. Oh. Now, get in order. I'll awaken your dark side.
You just have to search Moreland TV on Questlog. Okay, there's no command for it. There's too many builds to make a command for it. Depends on which weapon you're looking for.
And now, the execution.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to link them all together in one page.
In you all. Now hold still. This will hurt
I'm
tremendously.
busy DPSing, dude.
Try not to die too quickly. Oh.
I got a title? I guess I finally beat him enough to get the achievement. Alright, Boonstone in 10 minutes, and then we will have an inner server right after that. So that should be good. I will be right back. Alright, we got war in 8 minutes. Should make some changes to the build in the meantime. What am I going to run? I need to get the Saradoma Bracer online, probably. I mean, now... Let me think. Probably more important to get the belt on. Let me check and see what I ended up deciding on for Spear Dagger. Yeah, we can get a 1200 crits melee evasion. Spear Dagger builds. It's pretty close to what I have on. What do I need to change? Yeah, I just need some more decks. I need some more decks, so we would need to use Saradoma and Evernroar. Let me see which one of these I like the best. Wicked Thorns has way more crit. That's crazy. It's got more top end as well. Let's see. Does Darkslayer have any benefit here? Probably health. Yeah, it's 1,000 more health. I don't think it's worth. Looks like Wicked Thorn is definitely better for the 60 dex builds. What about this? This is interesting. When did I put this together? I think I was like half asleep putting this one together. This is interesting now. 20k health? Yeah, I don't think I would run this. I don't think I would run this. Yeah, 100 hit? No. Okay, so Wicked Thorn is the way to go. So I need to get the Thorns finished, and I need to get Evernroar Greaves, and then I need to get the Bracers finished. And then we could run Bloodlust on this one, which is nice. How much melee evasion does it have? 1900? Okay. Range is a little low, but we've got double passive, so that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, this is good. This is good. What guild am I in? Croft, you don't know what guild I'm in? What guild are you in? Is it the same Croft? I drink a lot these days. I see you running around. You don't see me running around? Correct? Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Brick, dude. I've only been in there for like a week, though. So it's kind of forgivable, but mostly not. Yeah, I was on Amos, transferred over here at the beginning of the year, joined Bricked a couple days later. Well, I guess not really. I joined Bricked right when I transferred. Gotta hop in microcomms real quick. I've never fought over this one. Is it worth to buy the Universal Ring right now? Would it be a waste as T2 is coming? We don't know if we're getting T2 accessories or not, so there's no real way to predict that. If you buy that ring now, you might replace it in a month, you might replace it in 4 months. There's no real way of knowing. I don't think they're gonna like suddenly drop tier 2 next week, so I mean even if you buy it now, you'll probably use it for a while. But if you're low on Lucent, I would probably save it. I don't think I'd be doing any big purchases right now if I was low on Lucent. When I use Tapestry Mantle, this is a melee range evasion builds. You don't run Tapestry for melee range. You only run Tapestry for range magic. Melee range uses the Night Slayer cloak. Usually. This is pretty open. Swamp. A couple bridges. A little bit of swim. No swim over here. Oh, just kidding. This is swim too. Okay, so there's some annoying terrain here. I don't think these guys are going to show, though. I think this is about to be free. I'm not even going to pop my food buffs yet. I see your Spear Dagger build. Everything's on Questlog. You just gotta type my name into the character builder on Questlog. How my 75k Lucent is free to play? I have a whole YouTube guide on how I made all my Lucent. It'll run you through pretty much everything. If you don't know how to make money in this game, I recommend that you learn before Tier 2 comes out, because that's going to be a really, really good opportunity to make lots of money. If you play Tier 2 correctly, you should be able to make enough Lucent in the first 2 weeks to cover all of your gear for the rest of the phase. Most of it. Maybe not all of it. Not going to be enough to cover like an arc boss weapon. But at least like all but 1 or 2 earpieces you should be able to cover if you're just smart about the first couple of weeks. Oh, we get to do the clue event for Enter Server? That's so fun, dude. I still don't really even know how that event works, to be honest. Even though I've done it like 20 times. Saying your name in verts brings back BDO memories. Dude, there is so many BDO people in this game. Like Croft. So many names in like Corrupt and Fury and Tyr and all these guilds that I recognize. Okay, they're explaining the events. I might have something to throw in here. And the... Supposedly the scouts give the best clue. That's what the game hints say. I don't know if it's true. Bro, I had to read all the text in Korea because I couldn't understand it. Yeah. Yeah, and now it's gonna lead us to victory in the clue mission. And if you want the points, the wolves drop more than the werewolves do. Actually, I think it might only be the wolves that drop them. Yeah. You see Vudani? Yeah, I was with Vudani in Ethereum for a while. He was in a different branch, but we got to play together a couple times. He was on Amos Ethereum and I was on Cherno Ethereum, and then we merged together for a little wee bit. And then Sinister fell apart, and now he's over in Supple, I think. Got the mount that never did clue again. Yeah, I think most people feel the same way. I kind of like it. I think the best way to do the clue event is you get a group of 6 people and you all intentionally turn in at the wrong one to bait everybody. Do I have to stay here? Do these both go off at the same time? Those are like right next to each other. I'm gonna go look. Still good to change. Teleport has been canceled. Okay, this log is infiltrating. Actually, I think it might be the water. I think my guy's taking like 1 step into the water. Still good to change armor sets and melee evasion. I'm running endurance magic range. Also T2 is coming. Is it good to change? It's not good or bad to change. It depends on what content you're doing. And it depends a little bit on what the meta for your server is. So for Siege and Arc Boss, magic and range is generally better. For arenas, Dominion events, and I would say to some degree, even things like Riftstones, melee range can be better. It kind of just depends. Like if you're on a server with a lot of spears or if you're on a server with a lot of staffs. A lot of people are rerolling spear right now, so that makes melee evasion more popular in Boonstones. But for things like sieges, arc bosses, conflict bosses, if you've got hundreds and hundreds of people showing up, most of your deaths are going to be to a bow or a staff. Yeah. They just snuck around the back, though. Oh, they almost got it. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. What spear will you aim for in T2, Crimson Carnage? I haven't really bothered making T2 builds yet because we don't know which pieces we're getting and which pieces we're not getting. I mean, I guess I could go in and make a build off of the stuff that we are for sure getting in the first cycle, but it just, I don't know if it's worth the time. There's so much gear. There's so much T2 gear to look through. It's going to take a long time to put a build together as is, so I'm kind of waiting until we actually know which pieces we're going to have before I go through the headache of doing all that. I recognize less of these people than I thought I would. This was originally like a whole group of Ethereum, but now it's like a quarter of these guys I've never heard of. Okay, here they come. Kind of. They're fighting. Oh, they're doing the pincer. Left pincer a little slow. Yeah, you guys spent a little, maybe too much time fighting Gallo Knights down here when you should have been... Okay, it's working though, it's working. They didn't expect this. Wow. Totally clean wipe there. That was a sick push. Now they're gonna hold it for 12 minutes. Let's look at T2 spears. I honestly haven't looked super closely at them. I was looking at Greatsword Dagger before I was looking at any spears. So I wasn't sure if I was going to even play spear in T2. So, Crimson Carnage, Dex, Wisdom, Attack Speed. For Spear Dagger, that looks really good. Damage dealt by Vicious Fury, Brutal Fury, Explosive Fury increases on critical hit. Cooldown of Cyclonic Fury, Phoenix Barrage decrease. Okay, so the passive on it is not amazing. I don't think having a lower cooldown on Phoenix Barrage is much of a game changer, but having Dex and Wisdom on the same piece, really, really good for a high crit build. The attack speed, 12%, it's hard to value that in tier 2 because you're going to have so much attack speed from other sources. 12% sounds like a ton in tier 1. In T2, I think it's still good, but it's not as much as it sounds like. This is more back and forth now. Okay, I think tier has this. Both sides kind of lost all their squishies there, and then now we just have tanks and healers brawling. But looks like tier's got this. They're probably, Take Care is probably gonna zombie back pretty fast though. With an engage this extended. Oh yeah, those are the. That's it right there. Take the high ground. People are starting to notice. Cap's about to finish. Tier owns it. Who owned it originally? Take Care? Ooh, they're taking it from him. Fear chance? Yikes. Nobody wants that one. Oh wait, maybe they do. Upon defeating an enemy with spear, 25% chance to inflict fear on 2 enemies within an 8-meter radius. That's actually kind of good. Kind of annoying. I think people are going to start building fear resistance. There's a Perception Max Health Spear. Some of these spears have really low top-end damage. Why is the Hail Spear so much higher? Is that the new arc boss? That thing has way more damage. They should be able to start a cap here. There's some tanks locking it down, I guess. Yeah, no, I don't know if they have enough momentum. They're kind of... They're caught... Yeah, they weren't able to hold it. I wonder why they couldn't push through that. That's kind of... It looked like they had momentum. That looked like 60-40 for take care, but they just didn't push through. Need more tanks, maybe? Evasion or endurance for spear dagger. Always evasion for dagger. It's way better. You would only run endurance with SNS spear or greatsword spear. Uh-oh. Obese. He's building stacks. Is he gonna sneak behind? What is he doing out there? Okay, they're all pulling back. They're all pulling back. 6 minutes. Can it be a tank SNS with evasion, or might as well stick with endurance? You can do melee evasion as a tank. Usually you won't see tanks builds ranger magic evasion unless it's a dagger SNS, which is kind of an obscure build. But there are some tanks that run melee evasion. Okay, now they're just brawling down in the ocean. Interesting. Nobody's even on the bridge. Bro, you could just have one guy come over here and... Oh, no, they got a couple people watching it still. That's ballsy. Kind of risk spreading thin doing that, but they seem all right. They seem like they're sticking together. They probably don't want to get hit with the same pincer that they did to take care. He's not going to be able to get it. They got too many Nurma tanks camping that thing. Oh, yeah, they're losing it. They're losing it. They might get it here. Man, really, all it takes is a couple tanks with Nurma and the stone. You could have 20 people on it and you can't cap. It's actually insane. They just can't get a foothold. Every time it looks like they're gonna cap it, tier just shows back up. This is Boonstone, so there's overtime, right? I think it's Riftstone that doesn't have overtime, but Boonstones do. I never remember. What do tanks do in large-scale PvP? Are they supposed to be the ones capping the objective? Usually, yeah. Yeah, capping the objective or spamming stuns on the objectives that it can't get capped. Wasting your enemy's cooldowns, being annoying, shoving people around. You can do some damage, too, depending on the build. You can catch some good CCs, setups for your team. If you're like a SNS wand, that's a full wipe. Tyr's gonna have to make a comeback now. Yeah, this is gonna be overtime. The cap's gonna go in with 10 seconds. It's gonna go into overtime. Oh wait, no, it's not gonna go into overtime. If this goes through, they're just gonna win. It's gonna end a few seconds later. But yeah, like SNS Wand can do like sleep clumps. SNS Greatsword can do some single target damage, and Devastating Smash, which is an AoE stun. SNS Spear can do the big goofy fear jump, and can throw out some AoE. So you do a decent amount of damage as a tank in this game. Like, people can't really ignore you. Tanks are kind of busted, actually. The ratio of survivability to damage that they have is really, really good. They get a lot of both. You have some protection you can give to your team too. Blood Devotion splits damage. You've got like AoE shields that you can give out. See, at this point, you gotta ask yourself, is it worth greeting the cap, knowing that I'm gonna get stunned? Because if you get it off, it's huge. But if you just get interrupted 5 times in a row, you're sitting there wasting time, you're not using your abilities. Might be better to just secure the area first. It's so hard to get these tanks off the point, though, unless you just completely dominate, which it looks like Tyr is going to do. I think, yep, that's it. No, they're gonna win in 45. Yeah, I don't think unless Take Care has a miracle play here, I don't think they get that back in 30 seconds. Good fight. It's an interesting map. I fought here once or twice. I feel like you have to kind of do what Tyr did initially, where they hit him from both sides. Or at the very least, you have to send like a rat group behind just to pull people off. It's really hard to just like crash into this. You kind of got to like stretch the defending team a little bit. GG. Okay, we got our own fight in 10 minutes. I'll claim those later. Wait, we get those? Oh, I didn't know it was allies. Oh, okay. I'm still watching Tyr. I'm like, wait, what? No, there's this hit. Look on your fight. Thanks for the response. It should be... I don't know. I was going to say it should be an interesting fight. I don't know if it will be. I think it probably will be. Hopefully I don't get benched. I don't know how they're deciding who they're going to bench. We have too many people. So last time they spun a wheel. I don't know if they're going to do that again. The Wheel of Doom comes for us all eventually. The Wheel of Bench. We have like 60 people signed up for this. Oh, that's the Riftstone. Okay. I'm gonna say that would be a lot of benches. Okay, it looks like we've got 8 groups for the inner server. So, I think a couple people volunteered. Yeah, we had 6 people volunteer, so they'll probably get guaranteed a spot next time. Is directional prone better? Is the directional prone the better spec? Is the directional prone the better spec? Oh, for Tempest, I like it a lot. Yeah, I don't think it's become popular yet, but I feel like if people played around with it more, they would enjoy it. It's only 5 points, if I remember correctly. It's a little weird to use at first. Yeah, it's only 5. It's a little weird to use at first, but once you kind of get the hang of it, like, and you can angle it correctly, it's really useful for like closing off people who are trying to escape, or like just disengaging. Somebody's on top of you, and you can kind of just use it and dash away, and then even if they stay on you, they get knocked back. So it keeps me alive a lot, and also it's really good for like kind of cutting people off when they're trying to get around the side of something, or when they're trying to like get into a safe zone. So I think it's good for 5 points. I probably wouldn't take it if it was 10, but I think it's good for 5. There's not a whole lot else that I need in my build currently. I'm running regular poison and poison damage increase on Umbral. This is a lot cheaper than running Thunder Spirits and Lightning Infusion. So I'm not really starved for skill specialization. So it's kind of a no-brainer for me. If you were running Thunder Spirit, you might have to think about it a little bit more, because you'd have some decisions to make as far as what you have to give up. Yo. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go just full greatsword spear once I get my. I just need to upgrade a couple more pieces. Bro, for 48v48, it's got to be the best. It's got to be the best build. Yeah, melee range. You have 1,000 hit on dagger? You got 1,000. You got 1,000 hit on that? Oh, that's wild. You still have triple skill damage resistant belt. $50 more crit, boys. You don't like Thunder Spirits builds? Do you think this one is better for GVG ZVZ? So it's really hard to know which one's better. what the way I decided on poison is I went and tested it on dummies. And what you'll find is that both builds do about the same amount of total damage. But the difference is that the Thunder Spirit damage is spread out more. Whereas the poison damage is more concentrated on like 3 or 4 targets. The Thunder Spirit damage, some of it splashes out to like a 5th or a 6th target. And the damage that splashes out to targets 5 and 6 isn't really significant. It's probably not going to get kills. So I would rather just retain that damage into fewer targets. And hopefully that gets me kills, and then that gets me more Ember, which gets me more Spears. So, assuming that the problem is like dummies are not necessarily the greatest simulation of how much damage you're going to do to a player, but I don't know if there's a better way of testing it, you know? So, and logically it makes sense. Like if you read the tooltips, you can see that Thunder Spirit is bouncing more than the poison version is. You're not shredding endurance with this version, which is the biggest downside. There's no, like, the dummy, shredding endurance on the dummy isn't going to do anything because the dummy, I don't think, has endurance. So it's hard to test the value of that. Ideally, if I'm bombing correctly, I'm going to be hitting people that probably don't have a lot of melee endurance and are already low on health. So, I mean, shredding their endurance is nice for like the whole clump, but it's probably not going to get me more resets. Whereas, you know, poison damage ticking might pick some extra kills here and there. Do we run Cookie for this? Yeah, there's Lucent at stake. I'm running Cookie. Running all the good desserts. And vegetables, of course. Gotta have a balanced diet. Playing Greatsword Spear myself, the one who switched to Dagger seems more slippery. It is. I mean, it is and it isn't. Like, stealth is really good, and the Dagger block is incredibly strong. But I think if you have a solid group, if you're in a group with a decent tank and a decent healer, who can kind of support you, I feel like the Greatsword's probably better in settings like this. In really big fights, though, it can be nearly impossible to set up a good clump if you don't have the stealth to fall back on. So they both have their pros and cons. Basically just stat padding when you go Thunder. I mean, maybe, maybe not. Like, there's a chance that it bounces to someone who's like a little further away, who just happens to be 200 health and you get that kill, right? But I think it's more likely that you're going to get kills. If you're doing... Like, if I went and hit the dummy, I would do about like 500,000 total damage across all dummies, right? So you have to ask yourself, if I'm doing 500,000 damage with the poison build and I'm doing 500,000 damage with the thunder builds, do I want 500,000 damage over 6 targets? Do I want 500,000 damage over 4 targets? Personally, I would want it over fewer targets because that will increase my chance of actually getting kill shots, which increases my chance of getting more Ember stacks. And it looks better. It looks better on the scoreboard. That's the main thing. It's starting. It's going pretty well. Hopefully these guys just didn't group yet. We might not have a significant fight here. We'll see what happens.
Huh? Hey, adventurer.
Let's go
Won't you
scout.
help us out? The lichens are beginning the moonlight spell, but I'm somewhat short-handed. When the time comes, please help us lift the spell. If we fail in this effort, they'll be out of control. We plan to have the guilds lift this spell. Please help us by joining forces with your fellow guild
No one's
members.
spawning on 2. Bro, nobody ever shows up to these inter server fights. Do you guys have this problem? Like 50% of the inter servers I go to, there's only 1 guilds instead of 2. Like 1 enemy guilds. This time it wasn't even 1 full guild, it was like a quarter of a guild. And then the 3rd guild didn't even show.
Fools of the resistance, you've gathered in vain once again.
They need to merge servers, dude. AFK guilds having boonstones on dead servers. Cringe. How do you do inter server? Sometimes it's not after every boonstone. I think it's maybe every other week or something. But sometimes after boonstone there will be an inter server war. You can see it on the schedule. So, like there's one. Does it only show for stones we have? It shows one on Friday. It doesn't show one on Monday or Tuesday. So yeah, I don't know what the exact schedule is, but it's not as often as the regular boonstones and riftstones. But when it does happen, it happens right after, and you just press the stone and go in. Alright, well. That's kind of sad. Oh yeah, there are 2. There are 2. About 15 of them. I didn't need to trinket here, but I really wanted to get some kills, so did it anyways. Hey, guys, don't forget, Vert said that whoever gets the most clues gets the next Tevin.
They don't find the monument stone with the moonlight.
Attention, adventurers trying to lift the spell for the first time.
The goal is to use the wolf room to disperse the energy gathered in the moonlight.
This guy goes, oh, word?
But there's just one enchanted monument stone, so find it first. Kill the lichens, especially the scouts, to gather clues about
Friday
the enchanted
Boonstone, Saturday
monuments.
Riftstone? Okay. So you got Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Saturday for normal fights, and then you have just Friday, Saturday for inter server fights.
Don't forget that the guilds that use the most runes on the enchanted monument
I
stone
think.
will be rewarded.
Do you like Queen Spear? No, I think it's the worst arc boss weapon in the game. If I had one, I would use it. But only if I got it for free. I would never buy one. I think you could make it work on a Fortitude build, like a Greatsword Spear Fortitude build. I would never use it with Dagger. I don't think it works with Dagger at all. Alright, so it is my own guild here. Should we still sabotage them and turn in the wrong clues? That's what I normally do at this event. How's it going tonight? We're not really getting any fights tonight. We got a little bit of a fight at Conflict Boss earlier, but then everyone was just watching the tournament tonight. Nobody showed up to primetime bosses, and then nobody showed up to this inner server either. That's too bad. You can change it ever. The Queen Spear? I don't think they'll change the spear, but I do think they will change Death from Above, the skill that it modifies. And that will definitely add some value. I don't think it would ever add enough value for me to use it on the spear builds. But I think it would make it good enough to use with SNS or Greatsword. I mean, I think, like, even right now, I would use it on an SNS or Greatsword. I would never use it with Dagger, though. I don't think there's anything I could do to it to make it good with Dagger. Part of the problem is the skill that it modifies is just so clunky and buggy that a lot of people don't even use it. But it can definitely be valuable when it's not bugging out, so. It's just not an arc boss level weapon, you know, like it's got its uses, it's alright. The stats on it are good, but I just don't feel like it's on par with the other arc boss weapons. And I'm not really sure like what they can do about that. Will we get attribute points from 50 to 55? Yes, a lot more. Level 55, between leveling to 55 and then getting all the new gear, you're going to have a ton more stat points. Like, if you go and look up tier 2 level 55 builds, their stats are crazy. It's because all have shields. Not this one. I'm dying too fast. I can't snowball. Killed that guy with the venom reuse. Actually, the damage on that's not bad. What kind of badge? We offer like numbers match these guys or something? When there's Lucent at stake though, it's, you know, it's time to win. Do you have universal band and choose to use double attack speed rings or no bands? I have one attack speed ring and one band currently. I think all my builds have at least one attack speed ring. For Greatsword Dagger, I like having attack speed on both. For Spear, I don't really think it's as necessary. For Spear, you want big numbers. You want your top end damage to be as high as possible, which means you want as many stats as possible. Some of the breakpoints also matter more for Spear than they do for other builds. Like, for Greatsword Dagger, I don't care if I have 40 perception. I only need 30. But for Spear, I do want 40 perception because the buff duration has a lot more value. So just having more stats overall is important to me on Spear. So that makes me lean more towards things like Dimensional Band or Universal Band over an attack speed ring. Oh, he's turning in! I have to stop him! Such a long cast. I don't know where he's going. You switched to the most broken weapon in the game. Why is everyone playing Spear? Well, I think you answered your own question, didn't you? Questlog link, please. You have to just type my name into the character search. There's too many builds to link. I think I can convince the Questlog guy to put my name at the top next to Grimkill and everybody. That would make it easy. I'm talking to my chat. I'm out here. You can just steal kills, right, for the clues? Yeah, you don't even need to get the first tag. Should I go after runes or should I go after clues?
Slay the wolves, everyone. You'll be able to get many runes.
I wish the skill was area target instead of character target. Yes, that would be big. Something like that would make it a lot more useful, and would make the bow and deer have a lot more value as well. Yeah, I've been doing that to everyone, sorry. Oh, it's over for you, dude. I don't have anything to bounce him to. Stand close to the mobs. There we go, there we go. Yo, they suddenly showed up. Alright, I gotta be careful. I got a little bit of currency, not much. Yo, I didn't get any of those kills. So these are my clues at the top, right? I don't know why this UI has to be in like size 6 fonts. Like, is this really the only way they could design this? Or it's like size 4. They're saying high season, maybe. Stand next to each other. Nope, no. Oh, I'm in a bad spot. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I need to disappear. Okay, they're not paying attention. I'm good. I'm good. The old stealth and walk behind a building trick works every time. Not usually.
Power rising in the monument stone is stronger.
We'll need more runes to lift the spell. Everyone use the runes you have on the monument stone.
I think everyone should just pick one at random.
again. It'll be hard to
It'd be
find
crazy if we
enchanted
lost this.
monument stone.
We all picked the wrong one.
The more
Some
clues
guy
you have,
turns in
the
4
easier
points on the
it'll be
correct
to
turn
share
in
them
and
with
beats
those
our whole
around you.
guild. Uh, it's kind of a funny concept, honestly, for an event. It's not bad. I just wish I could see these numbers without a magnifying glass. What do you think about Band of Uni still getting T2? I mean, T2 accessories might not come out right away. In Korea, it was just weapons and armor. If we get the full-on level 55 expansion, then probably you're going to be replacing it. But if we just get weapons and armor, then band's still going to be used for a long time. In Korea, the litho for uni is 20 lucents. Yeah, but Korea's got T2 accessories now and had it for a long time. None of the T1 gear is really going to have any value anymore over there. When they first rolled out Tier 2 in Korea, it didn't go to plus 12, and it didn't involve accessories. So that meant all the level 9 T1 stuff was still very valid.
Wait, that noise. It seems the wolves are gathering again. Everyone, kill these wolves!
I don't know, dude. I got clues for everything. I'm not seeing any. I got half of the options look valid to me. A lot of people saying full. A lot of people already turned in at full. Any tips to farm weapon skill level? There's a bunch of different mastery buffs you can get. There's event food. There's regular food you can cook. There's something called a mastery report that you can buy from the Battle Pass shop with your extra Battle Pass stuff, like your star crystals. And I think that's about it. You just kind of have to farm the level 50 abyssal dungeons with as many of those buffs as possible. There's a lot of. Do we do this? Oh yeah. Well, there's friendly. We do this. Oh, they're all dead. Okay, I didn't even get a chance to. I buffed up for nothing. Should we pad some of these low ones? What if... Or what if they turned in 8s to Waning Moon and that's the one? Alright, we got 3 minutes. What should I do? Should I do full? Everyone thinks it's full. It really doesn't matter. I don't even need to turn these in. Let's go look for some oranges. T2 better evasion or endurance? It totally depends on your builds, just like it does in T1. Evasion's still gonna be a good option for daggers. staffs. It just depends. In tier 2, you just get more of everything. You're going to have more evasion, you're going to have more hit, you're going to have more crit, you're going to have more endurance. Everything just goes way up, so you can make it work. There's not going to be necessarily one build for everybody. It's going to depend on your weapon. There we go. Bro, they turned in 2,400? That's insane. I'm turning it in on one of the fake ones. I'm hedging. I'm hedging. There we go. There we go. Someone needs to hedge waning. Come in Morph a week ago. Just pass it to the most rune you had in your inventory. Oh, this is an inner server event. This isn't. We're not doing this for morphs. We're doing this for big money. We're doing this for like 150 lucents. The Solent is pretty nice, actually. We'll probably get like, I don't know, 10 million Solent or something from this. 20? I think it's a pretty good amount. What is I'm edging means? Ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will explain it to you. Okay, wait. I'll be waiting. Don't feel like you have to share your findings. But I'll be waiting.
It's the full moon monument. These are the guilds that use the most runes on the enchanted monument stone.
That's actually so. We get 100 conversion stones for that?
Take care.
Do we all get that? Wow. That's so good. I thought that was random. Everybody got that. Alright, let's see how much money we got. That's not per person, is it? That's too much. It doesn't make any sense. Well, I gotta get a few million solid. It's not as high as I thought it was gonna be. My Brad. Oh no, no worries, dude. I've been standing for 6 hours. Is that good? I feel like that's good, right? I got this standing desk, and now I'm like, how long am I supposed to stand for, though? How many hours a day did my ancestors stand when they were hunting crocodiles? I think that's what they did. All right, well, boys, sorry we didn't have... oh, there it is. There it is. Let's see how much we got. Okay, 4.2 mil. I thought it was going to be like 10 or 20, but I'll take 4 mil. And then 140 lucent. I was close in that one. I thought it was going to be like 150. All right, cool. I'm rich. I'm going to take off. I will be back tomorrow. We have Bellendeer tomorrow. I'm going to make sure the build is actually done by then. We did kind of like the final phase of theory crafting earlier in the stream today. So I'm just going to finish upgrading the bracer and the legs and the weapon tomorrow, and then we're gonna have a couple different builds we can switch back and forth to for both large and small scale. It should be good. Put everything to the test, and then if it pans out, I'll probably throw up a YouTube guide next week. So I keep waiting for them to announce tier 2 because like I don't want to put up a build guide and then it's like, oh, by the way, this is all irrelevant in 2 weeks. But oh well, I'm probably just gonna put up a guide. If we don't hear anything, I'll probably just put up a guide next week either way. But we've got Bellinger tomorrow. I think it's actually, let me check and see if it's conflict. Oh, just kidding, it's peace. All right, nothing interesting tomorrow. Sunday is Siege. So I'll be streaming tomorrow anyways. But Sunday is Siege. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow, or I'll catch you on Sunday. We're going to raid someone over on Twitch, so y'all can keep getting your drops. I'm going to sell everything for more Lucy when T2 drops? Yeah, definitely. That's always the play. First 1 to 2 weeks, you just sell everything. You get super rich. And then like week 3, week 4, you start building. All right, let's go and visit Vert, my guild leader. And I will catch you guys tomorrow.